CEO for Sioux Tribe. Today we are here to present our membership services presentations for July through December of 2025. Before we get started, I'm going to go around the room and have the board members in the room introduce themselves, those online, and then we'll have the staff in attendance introduce themselves as well.
Hello, Lana Cosley-Smith, Unit 2. Glad you guys came.
Good morning, Kim Gravel, Unit 1. Glad you're here. Glad we're here.
Samuel Duresha, I'm Assistant Board Administrator.
Good morning, Kimberly Lee, Unit 2.
Good morning, Aaron Payment, Unit 1, and disposed former chairperson.
Okay, we have several board members online if you'd like to introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Larry Barbeau, Unit 4.
Good morning, Bridget Sorensen, Unit 3.
We also have Kim Hampton online and Isaac, if you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Yep, Kimberly Hampton, Unit 4 board member.
Isaac?
Isaac McKechnie, Board of Directors. Hey, I'm not in person because I have to go to Lansing to move my son out of his dorm till this fall.
All right, well, thank you for joining us online. And if we can go around the room and have the staff introduce themselves, start with Melissa.
Good morning, Melissa Van Leuven, Child Placement Program Director for ACFS.
Ani Buju, Gegekwe and Dishnakas, Nimki and Dodum, Bawating and Dunjaba. My colonized name is Jamie Moran, and I am the Anishinaabeg Community and Family Services Director. Glad to be here this morning.
Good morning, I am Tammy Schrader, and I am the Administrative Manager for ACFS.
Good morning, Megan Miller, Direct Services Program Director with ACFS. Thank you for having us.
Amber Lemon, I'm Executive Assistant for the Executive Office.
Good morning, Cheryl McCurchie, USDA Program Director.
Good morning, Jessica McCurchie. I am the Program Director for the Advocacy Resource Center for ACFS.
All right, thank you. I'll turn it over to Jamie to get started.
Thank you. Amber, if we could have you go to the next slide, please. These were the introductions that everybody just made, our ACFS administrative team that is before you today. ACFS manages over 40 grants from funding sources such as BIA, IHS, HHS, the state of Michigan, DOJ, and the USDA. In 2025, ACFS had a total operating budget of $15.6 million. ACFS has approximately 90 team members, and they're located in multiple locations across the 7-county service area, specifically in Sault Ste. Marie, St. Ignace, Kinchelo, Manistee, and in Munising. The ACFS programs primarily serve those domiciled within the 7-county service area. The exceptions to that would be the USDA program, which is authorized to serve 15 counties within the state of Michigan, and our ICWA monitoring program, which monitors child welfare cases across the nation. The primary divisions of the ACFS program is Direct Services, Child Placement, Advocacy Resource Center, and USDA. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Megan, who's going to explain more about the ACFS Direct Services.
Hello again. As Jamie said, that we primarily serve individuals that live in our 7-county service area. The third exception are our self-sufficiency funeral fund that does serve tribal members across the United States. This morning, I'd like to give you a brief highlights of the Direct Services Program and what we've done through this reporting period. Our services key into case management services, and Those are to tribal households where we provide linkages and services, not just to our available services to help alleviate crises that the tribal member may be going through, but other community resources that help to work together to resolve the situation for each of those households. The ultimate goal is to promote self-sufficiency and to alleviate that financial hardship which is causing that crisis at the time. Sometimes our tribal members are in need of one specific thing, and we might not see them for the rest of the year or even ever. Sometimes tribal members have multiple needs where we would have to utilize several of our services as well as loop in community resources, again, to meet that need. One of our largest programs we operate is our low-income home energy assistance program, and that program has four separate components. The main one that most tribal members have heard about would be our LIHEAP heating assistance. It provides a household a large credit to help reduce the overall energy burden, especially in our service area where we have harsh winters. And so that program, we just utilize it all the time. We also offer a general assistance program, which is two-pronged. It will help support basic needs for individuals who are disabled and might be temporary disabled. They might be permanently disabled, pursuing disability, and the general assistance helps secure basic food and shelter for that individual until our alternative source of income can be found. Another component of GA is for people who are able to work, but they need a little assistance obtaining appropriate employment. It's job readiness activities, and those are a variety of activities based on that individual's desires and needs. So that is again offered in the 7-county service area. We have a Native Employment Works program, which is targeted specifically to families per funders with dependent Sioux Tribe member children. The program helps tribal households obtain and maintain their employment through a variety of support services. A large one we have found over the years is access to safe, reliable transportation, and vehicle repair is a significant portion of that program. It also provides support services for people just moving into employment. They may need a specific piece of equipment, such as a watch with a timer and a blood pressure cuff and a stethoscope. So it can help and assist with work clothing and tools in that manner. Another large component of direct services is our emergency assistance program. We actually have 4 different funding sources, and those are designed to meet that, resolve that crisis to that family. There's a federally funded component, there's a tribally funded component, there's a component that's available to all Sioux Tribe employees, regardless of tribal membership. And then the third one is actually a program we administer for Sioux Tribe Housing Authority that provides emergency housing assistance for needs like security deposits, past due rents, past due mortgages. Our Child Care and Development Program also has 2 prongs. One is providing child care subsidies to eligible households that reduce the cost of child care and increase that household's access to quality child care for their children. The other component of that would be our child care regulatory services, where we license, we monitor, and we work to enhance the quality of care provided by providers. I mentioned the funeral assistance that would be available to any tribal member in the United States. There are no income guidelines for that program, just the individual must be a tribal member at the time they pass on. We also operate the Lodge of Hope. It is a 21-room non-congregate homeless shelter that is relatively new in its obsession. So those are some of the key highlights that we offer with direct services. That's okay. I did have information in the presentation regarding the statistics for this reporting period across all those programs that I mentioned. I'm not sure. It would be like 6 and 8. Slide 6 and 8. Okay.
Are we on slide 7?
Slide 6 and then 8. But those are in your packets for your perusal at a later time. Thank you.
Next up, we have Cheryl from USDA.
Hello. Your first slide shows the 15 counties that we can service. We currently do tailgate sites, which means we go to 9 different areas to deliver food to our clients. In order to be qualified, that's all right, no, you're good. In order to be qualified for our program, you have to have one tribal member in the household or live on tribal land. We currently do have a non-native family that lives on trust land that is in our program. We also provide health and nutrition education, and we do that on our own and in cooperation with our health center. We have nutritionists that come over and help us, and we have clients come in and we cook with our foods, and it's great to interact with everyone and give them recipes that they can work with our food. The slide that's currently up shows our statistics as far as we have an average of, during that time period, July to December, we had an average of 455 families, which was approximately 688 people per month. We gave out over $687,000 in food. That's USDA food that they give us. That's not a cost to the tribe or a grant. This also shows on the side, it shows how many families in each area that we service, with Sault Ste. Marie being our largest at 234 families, St. Ignace 46, Hessel 11, Manistee 52, Marquette and Newberry 16, Escanaba 13, Sheboygan 15, and Munising 18. And then these are pictures of our warehouse and our store. Most of the Sioux clients come into our store. They do, we have 2 open shop days that they can come anytime they want to. We also have appointments that they have. And then these are some of the projects that we've done. We do go out into the community and show different things that we do. We have, this shows our new store name as far as the Anthony Tony Natali USDA Food Distribution Program building and store. The signage on there that has the native words on it is throughout our store. We just, this past year, got our van wrapped, and then the one picture in the corner shows that we worked with the YEA. We go and do some lunches with them throughout the year. And I think that was it, but the only thing that I did want to mention as far as the community is concerned is that the USDA has food programs throughout the United States. And if you go on their sites, they do show the United States map, and you can click on where you live to see if there's a program near you. And it's any tribal member that can access these programs. So, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Cheryl. That would almost be awesome to put on our website that we have for Sioux Tribe, so that citizens who are seeking food benefits would know where they could access.
I can provide a link. Yeah.
Wonderful. Next up is Melissa from Child Placement.
Thank you. I broke our components down. Usually I just have this big, long list, and I just thought maybe it would look different if I separated into some of the core components. So, for child placement, we, under the umbrella is the Benoji Placement Agency, the Sioux Tribe Benoji Placement Agency. And we hold a child placing license and private agency contract with the state of Michigan. We are the only tribe in Michigan that has that designation, and we have held that since the mid-'80s. The reason we do that is so that we can access funding and provide primary services to our Sioux Tribe children and families. So if a child comes into care in the 7-county service area or in tribal court, Benoji is able to contract and do the primary case management. Other tribes don't have the same access or funding. They have to rely on MDHHS staff to kind of be the primary, and they try to work through that. And so this allows us just to do the direct work, to have the direct, say. Our Child Welfare Committee has a very, distinct role in that process. So it is very different than what other tribes experience, and I think it works, very well for our tribe. In order to keep that license, we have annual licensing audits and contract compliance reviews. And I did include some current staffing. Part of that is licensing as well. We have not enough homes ever. We work really hard when children come into care to place with relatives or fictive kin, but we always have a need for foster homes. So a big companion to what we do in licensing is trying to do recruitment events. We've really tried to reach out into our tribal communities, to some of our smaller areas, some different events, just trying to, raise awareness and hopefully connect with people who might be interested. During this report period, we do several public awareness campaigns, and November is Adoption Month. So again, it's an opportunity to highlight, the need, the good stories sometimes that happen. And we did access DHHS funding, and we were able to place a recruitment billboard out on M129. I don't know if anyone saw it. It was there from January to March, and it was up by the health center. So those are just the efforts we do to take care of the children that come in primarily in the 7-county service area and tribal court. The second piece of our programming is what we call family support services. And those are just various services that the whole intent of the programming is to provide individual family support. And we have prevention, which is a truly voluntary program. It is just a support program that's offered to families, and they, have to agree or seek out the service. We also do nurturing parenting, and that program is oftentimes a court order program for families involved in the child welfare system, but we also have a voluntary piece to that. So if a family would like parenting services and would like to improve their skills just on their own, that's an option for them. We have the Family Continuity Program, and that program is a very intensive home-based program that works with families who have a substantiated abuse and neglect finding. And again, it's working in-home, requires weekly contact. The workers are doing whatever the family identifies and needs to kind of help them overcome barriers. So sometimes it's transporting or helping them get appointments, bringing them to appointments. Our workers go in homes and help families, clean up their environment, organize. They do a lot of hands-on things. A big need that's always identified is housing, transportation, and a lot of times employment. So they work very closely with our community-based and tribal-based providers to connect people in those places. Our other component is the adolescent in-home assistance, and that program is also an in-home program that is targeted for at-risk adolescents. And so again, we have a large population of adolescents that have some at-risk factors or can be court involved. And so in that program, the adolescent is the identified client, but the workers work with the whole family on identified needs. So we partner very closely, again, with the county courts, with tribal court, and with schools, law enforcement, and sometimes families self-refer just if they're having some struggles. So those are our family services support programs. We, at ACFS, under code, we are responsible for primary children and adult protective services response for the 7-county service area. We have jurisdiction over tribal members who live on Sioux Tribe's trust land. And as we know, the trust land across 7 counties is kind of scattered. Different communities have different addresses and places. Currently, across the 7-county service area, the tribe has 916 addresses that have, people living on them. And that includes both the Lodge of Hope and the Lodge of Bravery shelter. So if there's a referral that comes in on trust land, that goes to our staff for assignment and response. We also have after-hours agreements with MDHHS for emergency overnight coverage, holiday and weekend coverages, and there's a very set process where referrals are transferred back and forth. If it's a situation that requires an immediate response, MDHHS will respond and then transfer the information in the case to us either the next day or on a Monday. And I just included some statistics. Through the report period, we had 113 basically complaints that we responded to in various ways. And sometimes complaints can be something that are simple and screened out or assessed as not needing an investigation. And depending on the circumstances, that can go through a full investigation. There could be a finding or no finding. If it's a severe situation, the staff would be petitioning the court and proceeding with legal intervention, which could mean that the case, sometimes we petition the court and ask the court to order services with children in home, and other times it requires a removal. So, and then sometimes we have, as I said, we have cases that we have a finding and an identified safety risk, and so we offer ongoing services and support to the family to resolve that. And so that is our in-home care program. So more or less ongoing CPS, and that program can be court-ordered or we call it voluntary, when families are willing to work and resolve issues. And the final kind of large component that we have is our ICWA monitoring program. Sioux Tribe has set the standard that we intervene and monitor in all cases involving our tribal children locally within Michigan and across the United States. Because we are a large tribe and we have a large population, we do have a large number of cases that we service. We have a whole process. Agencies and courts are required to notify the tribe when they have an intervention or a court intervention with the Sioux Tribe child or family. Part of that process can be verifying enrollment status, and then also, number of agencies are working with tribal families in a voluntary investigatory capacity, not a court-involved capacity. And so again, our staff work with those agencies to try to make sure that, we have information, we provide support, guidance, cultural information, and then when cases are actually court-involved, one of our ICWA monitoring workers is assigned, as well as the ICWA attorney, and there's a whole legal process that takes place. For us, the Child Welfare Committee is the decision maker on those cases. When we have a new case that comes in, that is presented to the Child Welfare Committee, and they actually motion to proceed, and so that triggers a legal process. And the case is reviewed by the committee upfront, and then every 90 days, and/or if there's any key case decisions that need to be made, such as placement or permanency. I did include our stats. We have 341 ongoing cases. Another function we serve is our staff serve as qualified expert witnesses for the tribe. And so they have both, the two that are currently employed are long-term and pretty experienced employees with a lot of experience. And they served as expert witnesses for the tribe 63 times. The ICWA notices and inquiries that I spoke of are 1,000 plus a year. The second half of 25, we processed 656 of those. Not all of the inquiry and notice that we get are Sioux Tribe families, so that is part of that process. And we, as a tribe, send a written response to the agencies and courts regardless. So if they're not identified as tribal members, we send a letter on behalf of the tribe letting the people know that. And if they are, then, like I said, it triggers various responses. And just some context, the majority of cases that we have are within the state of Michigan because that is where our highest tribal population is. But currently, we do have various legal cases in 21 different states across the country. And so a trick of us doing that service is that each state has their own, obviously ICWA is a federal law, but each state has its own, can have its own state law as well. So our staff really have to be experts in navigating some of that. We also have several states that refuse to acknowledge ICWA and refuse to acknowledge the tribe, refuse for us to intervene and participate. And so we have really worked with legal to try to identify ways to raise that issue up, but also like, is there anything that we can do when courts aren't compliant with the federal law? So, so it's pretty diverse. We're learning something new every day. So, and the other piece of all of the legal work that we do is that our agency, Child Welfare, gets at probably 300 plus court orders each month across all these various legal programs, new, old. And so we have a pretty intensive process to route them to one place, and we have a shared calendar that managers and staff can view so that we make sure that we're not missing critical court hearings on any of our cases. Obviously, the workers and attorney are the primary responsible, but depending on the day, we troubleshoot. And just the last quarter, we processed 1,802 court orders. So those were the court hearings that our tribe was obligated to respond to or attend under our programming. So, and maybe that was too much detail, but I don't usually go into some of the details, so I thought that might be something the board would be interested in the membership. I did have 2 data slides, which are the overall slides. And the first one is just numbers by programs, and the second one is just the array of numbers by service area. So we have the 7 primary counties, and then the ICWA inquiries are really a in and out, but the out of area would be the cases that we monitor. So, and just some pictures of events. We do try to include informational articles in the paper, each paper, just to have that information out for the community. I think that's all.
Thank you, Melissa. Next up, we have Jessica from the Advocacy Resource Center.
Good morning again. So it is the vision of the Advocacy Resource Center to empower survivors through the elimination of barriers to break the cycle of power and control for today and the next 7 generations. And the way that we do that is through different components of our services. So through core advocacy services, we provide that to victims of crime, and it's pretty situational. We meet clients where they're at and what they need, and that could look different for any person coming through our door. We provide safety planning based on their situation. It may be that they are staying in a home, are planning to leave, and our victim advocates would work with those individuals to tailor that to their individual situations. We provide transportation assistance, whether it is helping them transport themselves using public transportation or physically transporting them with our program vehicles. We provide financial assistance in various ways through different grants to help someone get on their feet, to help them sustain their homes, stuff of that nature. We can assist with emergency legal advocacy in assisting with personal protection assistance. If someone needs a personal protection order against a perpetrator, criminal justice advocacy in tribal, state, and federal courts. We can help any victim of crime navigate those legal systems in the complex ways that they may face those systems. We can assist someone with a crime victim compensation application if they have loss of income or loss of work or need to maybe go to therapy and have incurred a cost with that. We can assist with those applications. We have a sexual violence services program under the Advocacy Resource Center that can kind of spend a little bit more time with those victims that experience sexual violence in those ways that maybe take more complex things, such as take more time, they maybe meet them at the hospital, whereas other victims don't necessarily start at that point. We have a 18-bed emergency intimate partner violence shelter. It is a congregate communal living shelter for victims of intimate partner violence. And then it did cut it off, but we also have MMIP, which is Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Data Tracking and Referral Coordination Services that we started kind of internally to track missing and murdered Indigenous persons of Sioux Tribe citizenship, because data collection just doesn't exist. And so we wanted to make sure that even internally we're getting that information so that we can track that, so that we have some kind of sense of where those numbers are and that things are being followed up on if possible. And then the next slide just kind of has some of our semi-annual statistics of those services. So sorry, my eyes can't see quite that far, so I have it up on my phone. But so for the period of July through December is what we're looking at for advocacy services. We served 340 clients throughout the 7-county service area. We do get a lot of inquiries that are outside the service area, thank you, that we can't necessarily provide direct services to them through the Advocacy Resource Center, but we do always try and find services that would be relevant to them where they are. So that does not encompass that number. We provided 1,871 shelter nights to victims of intimate partner violence and their children. We provided just over $56,000 of direct financial assistance to victims. And then we had a website reach of over 20,000 individuals, an ARC Facebook reach of over 640,000 people, apologies. And then our events reached just under 20,000 people. And so within our program, we have a community educator and a cultural healing educator. And this slide just shows some of the work that they do. They do a really great job spreading awareness and getting the word out about some of those victimization types and ways that we can prevent that for the next 7 generations. And so this just kind of shows, we have a book of the week, which is bi-weekly now, that you can go online and sign up and they will mail you a free book. our cultural healing educator did a ribbon skirt workshop, and that is pictured there. And then also advertisement for our Orange Shirt Day event that we held.
Thank you, Jessica. The next slide just kind of lists some of ACFS's regulatory bodies, some of which I've mentioned before. Our grant funding sources, we have very strict regulations and rules that come from our funders that we need to adhere to. Sometimes when ACFS denies an application for, say, direct assistance or denies, say, Advocacy Resource Center services, it's because the funders prohibit it most times. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Part of tribal sovereignty, hopefully, will be someday that we are 100% tribally supported so that we no longer have to follow all these federal guidelines and regulations. Next page. ACFS consultation and partnerships are critical to the work that we do. Internally, just last night, Maria Mangin from the Sioux Tribe Housing brought forth a resolution that's working towards the creation of a single apartment complex that sounds like it's going to be placed at Odenung. This is a critical infrastructure piece that connects with our Lodge of Hope. We have individuals that have been in Lodge of Hope for a considerable amount of time because, one, they're not eligible for Social Security disability, and two, for whatever reason, they just are not employable. So they have no income. They access our GA program to ensure that they're able to access food and basic necessities, but systematically, there's no positive outcome for them. So being able to work with housing to finally get a singles apartment complex in the works is incredible. Very promising for our people. We read it on Facebook every day. The homelessness and the housing insecurity that our people are facing is critical. It's difficult to focus on other life, things that you need to focus on when you're constantly worried about if you're going to have heat tomorrow, if your electricity is going to shut off, and you don't know where you're going to rest your head that night. So these collaborative partnerships, we could not exist without them. And the board's support of those activities is incredible. So miigwech for all of the support that goes into these projects. Consultation is another key piece that I don't think we talk about enough. We are often tasked, ACFS staff, with writing white papers, providing information, drafting responses to issues that occur either at the state level or the federal level. Tribes have a unique government-to-government relationship where these organizations that we get our funding from, they're required by law to consult with tribal governments, and a lot of them don't. So again, I appreciate the board who pushes those conversations, because by law, we exchanged our land for that communication and for that support, that funding. We are justified to ask for what we need, and again, hopefully one day we will be 100% tribally supported, but until that happens, consultation is critical. For example, back in the early 2018, 2019, the Office of Victims of Crime recognized that tribes were significantly underfunded for victim services. Staff from the Advocacy Resource Center and ACFS, board members that were willing to provide testimony either verbally or in writing, we were able to have the federal government establish a tribal victim services set aside that every year we get several $100,000 for our victim services program that we never had access to before. That is just one example of the crazy change that we have the ability to make at multiple levels that belongs to us as a sovereign nation. And I hope that fight never goes away. ACFS training and team building. ACFS meets once a year for an annual full staff meeting. This occurred back in October 2025. The big part of having that is recognizing our employees and the longevity that they have had, not with the tribe, but with ACFS. So back in October, we recognized Cynthia Carriage and Eric McDonald for 5 years of service with ACFS. We recognized Alyssa Calhoun and Jessica McCurchie for 10 years with ACFS. And we recognized Carrie O'Gorman, Megan Miller, and myself for 25 years with ACFS. There is a lot of value that comes with being able to sustain employees, institutional knowledge. Motivation is driven outside of wages. There is an investment in the programs and the services that we deliver and in the communities that we serve. This longevity is very telling that the team that we have is dedicated to doing what we do. And that means a lot to me as a director. The next page, our event in October, we did a costume contest. These were some of the costumes that our teams came up with. The next slide is just a snapshot. We provide plaques to the employees that we recognize. And then the last slide is just the ACFS office locations. That concludes our presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't have questions. I just have a couple of glows of the work that you guys do. So I'll start with the child placement. I've benefited directly with that because I've had several nephews and nieces that have been placed with me. I used to do it just informally with no resources to come with it. But a couple of the cases started out as abuse and neglect, so that it had to go through the system. And the services and support that comes from ACFS is just amazing. Having our own child placement, that's unique. There's probably not even maybe a dozen in the country of tribes that are doing having a state license on that. So, of course, it always could be better, but I am grateful for the support that I've had. I have a 12-year-old now, and it's amazing. And your workers know that I'll call in exasperation sometimes because I don't know what to do because he's not cooperating. And just even talking to people to de-escalate and help me through that because I didn't have any of them from birth. None of them are mine. I don't have any kids that I know of anywhere. No. But so I'm grateful for that. And I appreciate you recognizing the role of the government and the board. As chairperson, I was heavily involved, and actually the idea germinated here to get a percentage of the Victims Fund. And my work with the National Congress of American Indians, we were able to get a percentage set aside, and it was originally 3%, then it went up to 5%, and that is what, so the Victims Funds, for people who don't know, that's all across the country. These perpetrators get fines, and then that money goes to pay for this big fund, and it's huge. So our portion of it is minor, but we were able to secure our funding ongoing by lobbying and by getting legislation passed for that. So, but that idea came from this reservation, so I'm grateful for that. Last night I did a presentation on MMIP, so I'm trying to get a copy of it. I know some people back home may not appreciate it, but I'm considered a national expert in this area. So as soon as I get a copy of it, it was me and 3 other people that talked about the importance of data collection because the data is so bad. And basically one of the main themes is say their name, because everybody that's abducted is somebody's aunt, sister, so they deserve our attention. So I appreciate the work that we do annually to call attention to it. The dresses are hanging over here right now. And we have a lot more to do, especially somebody mentioned the data part. There is not a national repository right now. There's not a requirement to collect tribal member specific information. We're working on that with our Attorney General in the state to get tribal specific information. And one of the main problems is if you don't collect that information, then you don't notify tribes. And one of the things I'm pushing for is notification back to tribes if one of our members is abducted or missing someplace, because then we can participate in a plan to try to help solve that crime and to bring that person back home. That currently doesn't exist, and when they say it's not possible, ICWA requires it. So if it can happen with ICWA, and it's not perfect with ICWA, but it can happen for our victims. I wanted to suggest that we do a commod chopped video. Wouldn't that be fun? And get tribal members to come on and maybe do like a recipe contest, and then whoever wins that, have them come on and we video record it, because people will watch it. I think it's awesome. I'm wondering if we are looking into doing SDDDP. Cheryl is on the National Advisory. I don't know if it's still meeting. I know the president kind of chopped that not the funding, but the evaluation.
Yeah, we're not currently doing the evaluation. I'm on a Midwest Region board. I'm the treasurer for that, and then I'm currently meeting weekly with the national board. So,
So if we could consider applying for SDDDP, because that is self-determination demonstration project that allows us to use more of our indigenous foods. And the evaluation, it's unfortunate that got stopped, because that was trying to figure out how do we make sure that tribes have the resources locally to be able to source their own food. But you know all about that. So, but I was wondering if we would consider applying to become one of the SDDDP tribes. One big area is TANF. So in the past, we have not applied for TANF because, mainly I think because Intertribal Council existed, and they started out like Services Connections, and then we outgrew Intertribal Council, to be honest. And then we do self-determination, self-governance funding. So a lot of what we do is that through that way. And I would say we were probably a little bit better at it when we weren't so big, because there's so much to keep track of. But TANF might be an opportunity to be the glue that connects all of those programs back together. So whether or not we collaborate with Intertribal Council or whether we apply directly, no tribes in Michigan have TANF, but TANF is Tribal Assistance to Needy Families. And tribes that get self-governance funding that do higher ed, GED, child services, what is it called? Help with your childcare funding. TANF will allow you to write like a self-governance application that can connect all of that, and GA, resume building, workforce development stuff. So if we could maybe have a project team that gets together and considers applying for TANF, that might be the glue that kind of pulls everything together, and maybe work with Intertribal Council too, because maybe we can get an even bigger pool of funding through Intertribal Council. Finally, LIHEAP. LIHEAP, we're back and forth on knowing what the heck's going to happen with LIHEAP. For those who are listening, it matters who you vote for. Right now we have a House, Senate, and President that are all aligned, and they're all aligned against LIHEAP. So LIHEAP is proposed in the president's budget to be eliminated. Again, eliminated. The big beautiful budget proposed to eliminate it, but luckily we have Tom Cole, who's Chickasaw. He's the chair of appropriations, and he proposed, and he got the money back in, but that's temporary because it's now back on the chopping block. So if LIHEAP goes, what are we, about $600,000 that we pay out in LIHEAP assistance? So it's really important. So just if you guys can make sure you work with our legislative office, and then if board members could write about the importance of LIHEAP and convincing our members that are out there that are voters, a lot of them voted for this administration, to try to find a carve-out to, if not a carve-out for all LIHEAP, at least a carve-out for tribal LIHEAP. So that's it. Thank you. I appreciate the work you guys are doing.
Thanks, Aaron. Isaac, did you have a comment or a question?
Yes, I have a comment. I just want to, Jamie, you and your staff, I just want to congratulate you on a fantastic presentation overview of your programs. And I think your staff, you know, it's a hard job over there. I know it is. And I was on the Child Welfare Committee for a while, and I know it's tough, but I really commend you. And I just want to thank you.
Miigwech, Isaac.
Thank you. Rob, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to say thank you guys for being here, and I think you all do a great job. I'd also like to say I would definitely win the chopped commods. I've been making creations out of commods since I could walk. Also, I just want to ask, are we uploading these slideshows to our social pages?
We could do that. They're currently being live streamed, but absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Lana, did you have a comment?
For me and you sharing it. Okay, and I apologize, I'm getting sicker as I sit here, so sorry. I can hear Megan having a little bit of it too, and that's how it starts. So, yeah, I echo what these guys said, and there isn't anybody sitting there that I haven't spoke to and you haven't, been attentive and took care of tribal members that are in need. I do have two questions. How much is the general assistance program amount now? I remember years ago it was like $246.
So that rate has not been changed by the BIA since 2000.
Yeah.
It is $306 a month if
Okay.
you have a shelter obligation and $229.50 if you do not,
Okay,
for one individual.
right, okay, all right. Maybe that's something that we can work on too. How much here? What I wanted to ask Jamie specifically, and probably some of these questions I probably can ask afterwards, but like our ad litems and our attorneys, we talked about, having cultural sensitivity training and all those trainings. Have we increased those trainings to those people?
We don't employ any attorneys.
Okay.
Like to be able to provide that training internally. We could provide that training, I believe, externally, but they would have to come.
Okay. So there's no requirement for them to do that, because we've talked about that a couple of decades.
Yes.
Yep. So I just wanted to mention that. I mean, I don't know if there's any way that we can do that, because sometimes I talk to, members that say they don't have any idea. They still think it's like, it's kind of ignorance and, not educated. So I wanted to just put that out there. And then the other thing that I wanted to say, because I know there's board members that are highly involved, and I know there's board members that aren't very involved when it comes to advocacy at the national and state level. And I just wanted to suggest that, we get inundated, so do you, so does staff, with emails. And sometimes I'll look at emails and I'll see that there's something going on. And, but I mean, if maybe we could set up some kind of system with Lana that when those things are coming up, that because I know that you guys are really involved in getting us at that level, at those tables. So something different outside the box other than an email, so that we can help you guys out when it comes time to do those things that we need to do. So I just wanted to mention that. And before you leave, Cheryl, if I could just have a couple words with you. I talked to Jess about it last night, so, but I'll do that on the side. Okay. And you guys do really a good job. There's not anybody, every time I call one of you guys to assist a member, it's taken care of. So thank you.
Miigwech.
Lana? Kim?
I guess I just can't be the only one to not give you kudos. So great teamwork, great presentation, and thank you guys for putting all the work into this. I know that it can be daunting, so we appreciate it, members appreciate it, and thanks again.
Aaron?
I'm sorry, I forgot something on here. Do you think we would benefit from having a clerk level position working with Jennifer? Because we have, with that level caseload, she's got to be just basically cursory reviewing all of the details on all these cases. And a clerk could do that work so that she could be more focused and substantive on the legal issues. So a clerk wouldn't be as expensive as an attorney either. But with our caseload, having just one ICWA attorney is just completely crazy. It's, if we sat down and watched the caseload and the processing of everything. So I would request that we consider drafting up, it'll be tribal support funded, but request a clerk position. I would like another attorney, but I think we could probably get by with her and a clerk, so.
Miigwech for that suggestion. That's a absolutely 100% accurate statement, given the number of ICWA cases that we're managing right now.
Any other questions online? Doesn't appear so. Thank you so much for coming in. Excellent presentation. Up next, we have Elder Services.
Oh, yeah.
Cod. 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 Buttered cod.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And we have walleye to give out too, so.
Cod. Why not whitefish? What the hell?
We didn't get any. We got some walleye though. Okay, good. You just give me the signal when I'm ready.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with Elder Services. I'll turn it over to Katie Peabody.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all. I'm proud to talk about Elder Services and our various programs. The mission of Elder Services is to provide high-quality in-home access and community-based services for tribal elders to assure maximum health and independence. And our funding and program starts when the elder is age 60 and above. We have 4 congregate meal programs. They're located in Sault Ste. Marie, Hessel, St. Ignace, and Manistee, and lunches are served Monday through Thursday at 11:30. We have homebound elders in each of those areas that receive fresh meals throughout the week, and those that choose to do so receive 3 frozen meals to enjoy throughout the weekend. We have 2 full-time cooks, 5 part-time cooks, 1 food service aide, and 1 part-time meal delivery driver that prepared, served, and delivered almost 25,000 meals during this time frame that we're reporting on. And then we have the breakdown up there. So you can see not as many people enjoy the frozen meals as get the hot, fresh meals. We also have elders that live on Mackinac Island that have an opportunity for meals throughout the week. We mail out vouchers that they can use at one of 2 restaurants on the island, and they can go on Wednesdays. So when they go and use this $12 voucher, the restaurants will send them in to us for reimbursement. So from July to December, there were 522 vouchers that were used and mailed back. The Elder Health Fund is a great program. It is something that elders can use at any of the tribal health centers. It is need-based, it's a sliding scale. So when they apply every year, based on their income, Elder Services is able to assist with a portion of their bill for dentures, hearing aids, glasses. So any insurance that they have is billed first, and then anything that may be left over, the Elder Health Fund can assist with. So That's something that our outreach workers assist the elders with filling out, and we had over 100 applications that were completed in the last 6 months. And that is something that is for Sioux Tribe members only. I know other tribal members can visit the health centers, but the funding is currently for Sioux Tribe. We get a lot of phone calls at Elder Services. There's nothing more satisfying than someone calling with just the easiest question and being able to give them that answer, and they couldn't be happier. So you can see the number of phone calls that we have taken in over the last 6 months. Another program that we have is a loan closet. Sometimes elders just need maybe some durable medical equipment to get them by until they get something, from their doctor. So they'll come and check out a raised toilet seat, a shower bench, a four-wheeled walker, something like that. So we're able to share that with them when they need it. Most of the equipment is located in the Sioux, but we're able to send it out to any of the outlying areas if there's an elder that needs it there as well. Transportation is another big part of our program. We have a transportation coordinator, a full-time driver, and 3 part-time drivers that provide rides to elders all over the service area. We can go as far south as Traverse City, Gaylord, Alpena, Rogers City area, and then our driver on the west end of the UP will take elders as far down as Green Bay for appointments. So you can see in the last 6 months, there was close to 60,000 miles traveled just in transportation for rides to medical appointments, which that's a lot. And I want to commend our team because they're on any given week or day even, there are other team members, the registered nurse, outreach, the cook sometimes that will give elders a ride to an appointment just so they don't miss. So I'm really proud of them for doing that. Another thing that we do is medication deliveries within the city limits for Sault Ste. Marie. That's a pretty popular program that we can assist with. So every day there's 1 to 10 medications that we can pick up either from the Sioux Tribe Pharmacy or Walgreens, Walmart, and then we'll deliver it within city limits. Home care services. Home care is the performance of routine household tasks to maintain an adequate living environment. So we have 4 full-time home health technicians that work out of the Sioux, St. Ignace, and Manistee areas. And so they'll visit the elders for 1 to 2 hours every week or every other week based on the need and provide that care. Light housekeeping, tidying up dishes, laundry, anything like that, just to help keep the elder safe and in a good living environment. We do receive support from other agencies in our outlying areas to help fill the gaps where we don't have team members stationed. So elders in Alger, Schoolcraft, Luce, and Marquette County might have an UPCAP worker go into their home and help, but they're, that's run through our program, and the UPCAP grant funding helps support that. So we had close to 2,000 home care visits in the last 6 months, and you can see the numbers across the service area. Personal care is the provision of in-home assistance with activities of daily living. Some elders might need assistance with getting cleaned up or shaving, and so that's something that we can provide as well. So there's not as many of those visits, but it is something that we can assist with. And that's also something that UPCAP can assist with as well. So most of what we're able to do has to start with the referral and an assessment with our registered nurse. So just to make sure that they meet the guidelines for criteria, and especially for our grant-funded programs. So our registered nurses' case management numbers are incredibly high because of all the different things that she has to do. So many of our programs, there's an initial assessment, and then maybe a 6-month or annual assessment to make sure we're still meeting their needs, and nothing needs to change. Of course, if there's any change in their condition, a reassessment will be done and the treatment plan will be modified. We have a ramp program that assists with providing ramps for the elder to safely get in and out of their home. Again, that starts with the referral to the registered nurse, and that's for elders that live within the service area. We have a local company that we partner with that is a Sioux Tribe member, and so it starts with the referral. She gets a hold of the elder, discusses what they need, and then makes that referral, and the company builds the ramp. When the elder's done with it, maybe they've moved out to somewhere else or they've improved, we are then able to have that company remove the ramp so that we're able to use those pieces again somewhere else. So typically we do 4 to 5 ramps per year, depending on the need. And so last summer there were just 2, but we have got a couple on board ready to go for this spring already. Elder Outreach is one of our more recent programs that's been going on for the last couple of years. We have 4 full-time outreach workers, and they just fill in the gaps with everything else. They help fill out a lot of applications for tribal and non-tribal programs. They help give rides to go get food commodities, a ride to go to the bank, run errands, do their shopping. They start fires when someone's cold in their fireplace. It's just a really special program, and there isn't really much that our outreach workers wouldn't do to make sure the elder has what they need. They do get people that call from outside the service area as well, so they do try to help provide them with resources in their area too. The elder subcommittees, and that's a big part of my job, is traveling to the different meetings. There are 9 elder subcommittee groups that meet each month, and then the Elder Advisory Council meets once a month as well. So there's a couple groups that don't meet in the winter just because of the amount of travel. So like the Nobbinway elders, a lot of them hibernate or travel south for the winter, so we don't meet. But otherwise, everyone else meets once a month in their various areas. A meal is provided, whether it's made by the cooks, if it's at one of our meal sites, or it's a caterer or a restaurant at some of the other areas. So you can see there's been pretty good participation in the subcommittee meetings over the last 6 months. There are a couple this winter, which isn't this reporting period, that had to be canceled because of weather. So the Elder Advisory Committee is made up of members from each of the 9 subcommittees. So again, they meet once a month for 8 months out of the year because they're traveling from all over the service area. They don't travel from November through February. And that group, they'll work on different projects. It's a good opportunity for them to get together, discuss what's going well in each of their areas, share ideas with how to do different fundraisers maybe, or improve things, and then they take that information back to their subcommittees. Another big part of that group's work is the Elder Advisory Committee Scholarship. So every summer, there is 1 or more scholarships that is awarded to students graduating in that school year. There's an application process, and one of the elders on the committee reviews the essays and makes the selection. So that is something that is available to Sioux Tribe members anywhere. We got an application from Texas this year, so I'm glad that the word has gotten out, and they have until July to apply. They're very proud to fundraise for that and make the selection for the scholarship winners. We're really grateful to have grant funding for some of our programs. Our biggest grant is the Title VI Elder Nutrition Grant. This is through the OAA, and this is a 3-year grant. So it's an April through March calendar. We just reapplied and just got notification that we're renewed for another 3 years. That is a huge help to our meal programs. It's a nice chunk of assistance to help. The second grant that is kind of piggybacked on that is strictly for raw food costs, but it's based on the numbers that are turned in for meals provided each year. So it's a smaller portion than the big grant, but it definitely helps cut down food costs. And that's another 3-year grant on the April through March calendar. The other grants that we have, I referenced earlier, that's our partnership with UPCAP, which is the Upper Peninsula Area Agency on Aging. And that is a 3-year grant cycle as well. That's an October through September year. But again, it's partnering with agencies across the Upper Peninsula where they provide services to tribal elders where we don't have coverage with our own staff. And so part of that partnership is an annual audit, and that's coming up in a couple weeks. And they've always had very positive things to say about our partnership and working with us. And so we're really grateful for that state funding as far as being able to provide these services to more tribal elders. A couple things that we're working on, always wanting and encouraging the elders to go out and do things. So any social events that we can help plan or support them to plan within their own areas, we're there for it. There are a handful of our team members that have chauffeurs licenses, so they're able to assist with driving the mobility buses. I know there's a handful of board members that have their licenses as well that help, and so then we're able to get larger groups out, and that's been a positive experience. So we're hoping to get the elders out even more this summer now that the weather, hopefully we're done with snowstorms and ice storms. Another project that I'm working on is was a request from the board to provide more congregate meal opportunities. So adding more catered meals to our non-meal program sites or providing more vouchers for elders in some areas where it's not catered. So it's in process. It's about a $40,000 increase, so just working on getting that funding approved. Another goal that's important to us is helping the elders with financial security. We have various insurance agents that assist with signing the elders up for supplemental programs. That's helpful because when they go to a visit at the health center, the insurance can be billed. It's taking less tribal funds to cover things. And a lot of those plans don't cost the elder anything, and there's other benefits that help with that. And then I also have an attorney from the Michigan Indian Legal Services that usually travels once a year to offer assistance to elders with various estate planning options, wills, deeds, things like that, that are expensive. And so he talks them through how to do it and has been able to help a handful of elders with that as well. And a big thing that we get to do as well are elder picnics and the holiday parties. And again, it's just getting more elders engaged in social events, getting them out. It's been really great having cultural coordinators attending meetings and assisting with the various programs as well. So the elders are enjoying having those opportunities available to them too. Some upcoming facility updates. We no longer are the cute little red building in front of the hotel. We love the fresh paint job and the new roof. So that happened within this time frame. And next is some upgrades that are much needed as well. Inside, the bathrooms and the kitchen and the dining room will eventually be done. We're working on getting a new steam table for Manistee. And then they're not technically our buildings, but it helps our programs. But there have been new washers and dryers installed in Hessel and St. Ignace for them to be able to do the kitchen laundry. So that work was just finished this week, and that's been helpful too. Yes. So. Okay. And then now the fun, the different things that we've done in this reporting period. We were grateful to have many people assist with gardening across the area. So this right here is Unit 4, Escanaba. I know the directors in that area were a huge help in supporting getting the fence and the area tilled up, and the elders are very excited to get out there and get planting this year. These are fruit trees that are in Hessel, and most of them survived the winter, so that's good. They actually did fruit with some plums last fall before winter hit, but there's plum, cherry, and apple that are planted out there that the elders can pick. This is Manistee. One of the facilities team members really loves gardening too, so he worked with the elders, and you can see they had quite a good harvest last year. It's not something that can be incorporated into the food program, but they are able to pick the produce, and the elders can take it home with them when they come in for lunch. And you might recognize some of these faces. This is from your elder garden here in the Sioux. Plants were donated, put in the ground. Anything that was left over was brought in, and the elders were able to take home. And then I love that picture of the chairman and his girls after they picked some peppers and brought them in for the elders to enjoy. This is down in St. Ignace. We had some assistance from SNAP-Ed through the ISD. They had these raised cedar garden beds built, and so we asked the elders that live down there who would be interested in it, and then we just enjoyed a day of playing in the dirt and getting those set up for them. And so we're working on setting a time. We have a couple people from the Tribal Food Sovereignty Coalition we're gonna get together and spruce those up and make sure that they're good to go for this year as well. Elder picnics. So Escanaba had theirs at their community center. We bought steaks and they grilled them out there, and then people brought a dish to pass. They had door prizes to give out. And then Hessel, there's this high steak theme this year, so they enjoyed some steaks too, and everyone brought a dish to pass there as well. That was a nice turnout. That's the most people I've seen in Hessel in that community center, so it was great to see so many people. Manistee had a cookout too. We had a big tent outside, and there's a family band that provided music. That they do that every year, and it's just a lovely afternoon. They played bingo that day as well, which got pretty exciting. Marquette kind of had their community open house and their picnic at the same time, so it was shared with the entire community, but it was nice to be able to be there for part of it. There was a caterer that provided the food for that one. And then this is down in Nabinway, steaks again that the elders cooked, and everyone else brought a dish to pass. More bingo. The Sioux, we had kind of a circus theme. So we had steaks on the grill there as well, and then our cooks prepared the rest of the food to go with it. That was fun. So an important part is learning so that we can provide more resources to the elders. So I'm always a fan of encouraging people to attend conferences as they're able. So in this reporting period, we had an outreach worker attend an Alzheimer's Association conference, mental health first aid training, and then a wellness and nutrition summit. So very helpful as far as learning more and just seeing if we can do better in some areas. A couple outings from the this period. I only have pictures from the color tour that the Unit 3 elders had. But the Unit 1 elders were able to go visit the Cut River Bridge. The Nobbin elders went to dinner in Escanaba and saw a Christmas show over in Hannahville and had a blast. The Unit 3 elders were able to get out through the Tunnel of Trees, Legs Inn, the Elk Ranch, and then they went and watched the Holiday Lights Parade. And then the Manistee elders were able to visit the UP State Fair. We're always happy when people can share culture. Our elders are always happy to participate in various initiatives and support different things that are important as part of their culture. We had Carrie Bennett from the UP ISD do some 13 Moons teachings at a couple of our meal sites, and that's always been well received. And then Jackie Robinson came and did some dream catchers with the ladies in Unit 1. They really enjoyed that. And then we wrapped up the year with all of our Christmas parties. Oh, well, we celebrate all the holidays. So there's some 4th of July. We had some turkeys donated, so a couple of the meal programs decided to do a Christmas in July feast, so some people even dressed for it. And then we decided to do a Christmas in July bingo as well. The elders enjoyed that. They love dressing up for Halloween. So it's always fun, and there's always a contest. There's a vote to see who has the best costume. The Viking in the middle won that one. We always try to make a nice... Santa Claus. Yes. His alter ego. Make things nice for Thanksgiving meal. Not everyone is able to travel or has family to eat with, so we always cook a big Thanksgiving meal right before the holiday. Couple of the different areas. Now we're on to the Christmas parties. So units 1, 2, and 3 have a big lunch at the Dreammakers Theater. I love that picture from the top. There's close to 400 people that attend that. There is a large number of volunteers, including some of you, that helped pass out all the food and the drinks and the desserts and just make sure everyone has what they need. The different elder groups do raffles to raise funds for their various projects. This year we had a visit from both the Grinch and Santa Claus, and the youth drum and dancers come as well, which is always nice to have. Some of the groups then also plan their own smaller parties. So this is Newberry. They had a catered meal at the tribal center there. Escanaba had their party over at the Island Resort. Manistee was at their community center, and they are already planning their party for this year, so I love it. The Marquette was excited to have their party at their beautiful new community center. So we had a caterer that handled that meal. They had a really nice turnout. Munising had their Christmas lunch at their center there. Check out those sweaters on the left. Those are cute. They wanted to do an ugly sweater day that day as well. And that's our team. So I just want to thank you all. There's so much that you do to support the work that we do. We have an amazing team. There, like I said earlier, there isn't much that anyone wouldn't do to try and assist an elder. Many of our team members wear multiple hats to make sure that the elders have what they need. And I'm just really proud to work with them, and I'm really grateful to you all for your support that you give to our program as well. Any questions?
Just a couple comments. I want to thank the Elder Center for letting us use the kitchen to cook for the holiday Thanksgiving meal that we had. We fed, I think, probably over 80 people. So we really are grateful for that. And Rob peeled the potatoes. They were
a lot of
all over the table, all over the floor. But thank you, Rob. And then I also want to recognize the chairman and the volunteers, some of the Unit 1 volunteers, Rob and Isaac, that did the planting, and the chairman, and also Dr. Modry, the first lady, was out there too, and I could barely walk the next day because my hamstrings were so sore. And then one thing I want to just, a memory I like to share is our very first trip that our elders went on was from the Sioux. They fundraised all summer and they went to Branson, Missouri to a casino. And when they chartered a bus, they raised all the money for this. And two of the elders at the time were Tapun, Catherine Young, my cousin, and then also Baz, Sophie Willis. They're first cousins, right? And they were in their 80s and they grew up together. So they sat together on the bus, and when they got going down the road, Tapun lit up a Camel no-filter cigarette. She started smoking on the bus, and Baz said, "Put that down, you can't smoke in here." And Tapun said, "You can't tell me what to do, you've been telling me what to do for 80 years. So she put out her cigarette though, but that was our very first trip, and that was probably like 1997. So, and now that they're going all over the place, so it's cool. Getting them engaged and active and participating. You know, in the old days, they figured when you're old, you're getting ready to die. But nowadays, they're just more lively. And now that I'm an elder, and I attended my first elder meal last summer, I'm hoping to be able to go on those trips with them. So thank you for taking care of our elders.
You're welcome. It's an honor.
Thanks, Aaron. Isaac, you have your hand up?
Yes, Katie, you have one of the most important roles in executing, making sure that our elders are taken care of, still enjoying themselves, and your team does an excellent job, and that's underneath strong leadership. So thank you for all that you do for them, because our elders, they give it to us, but that's one thing that they don't complain about is the team that they have taking care of them. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Isaac, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I cut the tail end of what Kim said. I can't agree more. Your staff, I think I said it before, my dad had passed last year, and they just took such good care of him, like they take care of all the elders, even to the point, like he was going to dialysis and stuff, and Danielle, your one worker, she would make sure he had a candy bar afterwards, and just they're really good. And the Caring and Wood, they did that in my unit, so there's nothing that you guys don't try to do. And I just do want to give you kudos, Katie, because Kim and I talked about it on the way home from the last elder meeting with the passing of Kathy Egerts. You just kept that whole group, and there was, 40, 45?
It was a nice turnout.
It was, there was like 45 elders there, and you just kept that. There was no hiccup there, even though it was devastating to them. That is a testament to our program, and we really appreciate, that, because you did a really good job keeping that together to get them through that. So I appreciate that.
Thanks, Lana. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you, and to let your staff know to give them a big thank you from the board for all they do. And then also, Aaron, you can't say them anymore. You have to say we and us when you talk about the elders.
Hey, this is Isaac. Sorry, a little technical delay there. But I want to thank you and your staff for all that you do. And wanted to let you know we're getting ready to do the Elder Garden again this year.
Great.
So hopefully we get the seeds all situated over there at JKL Bawatting, and it was, I got to give kudos to them because they bring the kids over to pick vegetables, and that was really cool. So the youngsters helping the elders, can't beat that.
We love it. The tomato baskets are in our garage, when it's time for those.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments from those online? Doesn't appear so. Thank you, Katie. Excellent job. Up next, we have language and culture.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Cody Jodwin here, Director of Language and Culture, and I also brought Emma Donnemeyer with me. She's our historic preservation repatriation specialist. It's a mouthful. I'm still learning. Because she's the expert on that topic. She had provided me some updates, and I had asked Jessica if I could bring her along to share the expertise and insight on that. Because she knows it inside and out, and I don't want to pretend to know that I'm the expert. So I brought her along. You can see in the packet that the format of the slides kind of switch around, so when it gets to that point of the presentation, I'll turn it over to Emma before we wrap up. So language and culture, I do want to say that I'm going to do my best to report on this period, July through the end of the year. I was only here for 7 weeks of that period. And during that time of transition with some staff turnover, there were no monthly reports submitted in August, September, or October. So I did my best to pull as much information as possible from all the sources and words of mouth and Facebook pages and you name it to see what exactly it is was going on before I came on board. And I did my best. So the next time I report on the next semi-annual period, it will be me. It will be everything that's happened since I've been on board. So to get started, okay, ready to go. Our division mission, the Language and Culture Division provides programming for tribal members that promotes Anishinaabe, Bemont, Didsiwin, and Anishinaabemowin. In doing so, we protect and preserve what was handed down by our ancestors for future generations. We've really reflected a lot on this vision since I've come back on board to what it is that we are really focusing on as a division. And I'll talk about that at the end of the presentation in terms of our strategic direction and the things that we're focusing on, but I don't want to spend too much more time on that. The next important thing here is our staff listing. Looking back, I probably should have put this on a couple slides instead of just one, because this is the largest staff that we've ever had. I've made my final recommendation to be full staffed. Eva Collins is going to be starting as our Unit 1 Cultural Activities Coordinator on May 18th. She graduates from Central Michigan on the 9th, and she's like, oh, I can start on the 11th. I'm like, no, you can't. You're going to move home. I'm going to give you a week to transition. So I'm excited to have Eva with our department. Eva interned with Emma last summer, and she did a fantastic job. And she comes from a fantastic family and has a lot of great resources to make her successful in that role.
That makes me feel old. This is graduated college.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. So I can only imagine how you feel. Yeah, no, just kidding. Yeah, just kidding. But yeah, so our staff listing, obviously myself as the director of our department, my admin assistant, Michelle Bernier, and then another recent acquisition, Deb Pine, now reports to our division as of April 6th. She is the cultural training specialist. She was previously housed under governmental HR. Now she reports to our division so she can focus on providing training and education to anybody and everybody, not just specifically limited to government HR. In terms of our cultural activity staff, I'd already talked about Eva coming on board in Unit 1. That position's been vacant since just before I started. Tyler Bouchard was previously in that position. His last day was November 4th. In Unit 2, our cultural activities coordinator is Charlie Trelevin. Kaden Colgrove in Unit 3, Kelly Tovar in Unit 4, Stacy Chambers in Unit 5, and then Scott Garcia works here locally as our cultural activities assistant, and he kind of helps out whenever, wherever, whatever direction I tell him to run, he goes. In terms of our maintenance staff, we have Brett Blackwood, who is over on the island taking care of Mary Mary Culture Camp, and Joe Ailing, who is taking care of Nagana-Gizik. Both of them have been with the department. They're actually our longest tenured employees. Joe's been there for 3 years, Brett's been there for 4. So as a division, in terms of our longevity, we're all relatively new to this department. Our initial Bemu instructors are all hired on a contractual basis, so none of them are actual personnel for the tribe. We have Yvette Pitawanakwit, Cecil Pavlot, Susan Asquith, and then the most recent one is Larissa Boone. Larissa is over in Unit 5. She's providing in-person classes. This is something that she was actually working on pro bono, like on her own time. It's something that she was doing on her own initiative. She was the recommendation when Paul Vondeau decided not to renew his contract. He decided there was other things he wanted to focus on in retirement. So we wish him well. Cecil and I are planning to go visit him, give him a little gift, take him to lunch, and appreciate him for his time. Hopefully he's not tuned in because he doesn't know that's happening. One of these days I'll reach out to him and set up a time to go thank him for his years of service to us. And then lastly, as I mentioned, in our Repatriation Historic Preservation Office and our Ojibwe Learning Center and Library, we have Emma Donnemeyer, and then Nicole Melport is our library aide. So like I said, this is the largest our cultural department has ever been. I remember working for the tribe back when the Education and Cultural Department were combined, and none of these positions were filled. The entire cultural department was empty. So to see that we have essentially an army of personnel now that we can use to implement cultural and education services is great. It's fantastic, and we're really looking forward to being able to have a full staff on board. In terms of events and activities, like I said, this was probably the most difficult slide that I had, to try and come up with. I don't know why it says July to September. It should say July to December. Either way, I digress. Or no, maybe the next slide is a continuance. Okay, yeah. So these are all things that occurred July through September. I don't want to go through these and read them line by line, but you can see there's quite a few activities that were happening within the department. A lot of the things that will happen again this year, our summer powwow, our Chiefs Feast to follow, music in the park. We're really doing a good job as a department getting back to our 4 annual ceremonies, at least here in Unit 1. That's something that we are trying to improve in the outlying units, but it's going to take some time because not all of our units have the same amount of knowledge keepers, pipe carriers, folks who are able to conduct those seasonal ceremonies. But we're hoping to be able to provide guidance through our cultural activities coordinators to get some of those seasonal ceremonies coming back because it wasn't something that we really focused on in the past. Other than that, you can see there's lots of arts and crafts workshops, lodge building, black ash baskets, ribbon skirts, you name it. All of those things are important, things that we're going to try to continue to do. And my cultural activities coordinators are constantly engaging with their community members in their respective unit to ask them their insight on what types of activities they would like to see in their unit. Also, my cultural activities coordinators are meeting amongst each other monthly to discuss ideas, to discuss ongoing or upcoming or even past events and workshops and activities that have happened so that they can talk about what went well, what they would do differently if they hosted that event maybe the following year, who their presenter was, who they contracted with to host that workshop. Basically just to talk about lessons learned so that these opportunities can kind of be transitioned from unit to unit equally, if that makes sense. So moving on, the activities that happened through the end of the year, I broke it out by unit, which is just how I prefer to kind of keep track of things so we can see what's going on in each area. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot to report on in Unit 4 and Unit 5. Unit 5, I didn't have a cultural activities coordinator over there during that period. In Unit 4, I wasn't able to connect with that coordinator until the beginning of December, before she was really able to hit the ground running, and all of her programming from that point forward was focused into January and February of the next year. But again, all of these things are going to continue to happen year after year. And we're going to continue to report on them, by unit. Also, I brought with me, I'll leave these with you. This is the small version. I actually designed it to fit on a legal sheet of paper. I'm not sure why it printed off on a standard piece of paper, but I didn't want to waste this much beautiful ink. This is on our main Facebook page, and it's something I'll talk about, and we can ask questions about it at the end. It's something that was kind of a thought in the back of my mind right when I started. Was to develop a 3-month rolling calendar for our entire division, broken out by unit. Number one, it's a way for our community members to see what's going on in their unit more than 2 weeks in advance. That was something that our department struggled with prior to my tenure, was getting flyers out last minute, which is obviously not conducive for attendance. People are busy and they want to be able to mark their calendars. So this is a good way for us to let folks know what's on the horizon, but it also holds my staff accountable that we better be looking 2 to 3 months into the future, if not further, on what it is that we plan to do, on a month-to-month basis. We're going to update this every month by the end of the month. So when this one ends, this one is May, June, and July. By the end of May, we will release a calendar for June, July, and August, so on and so forth, so that our community members know what to expect. I'm going to plan on adding an email address contact onto this flyer for each of the units moving forward, so that if folks are interested in attending or signing up or receiving additional information about some of the things on here, then they have a point of contact that they can reach out to, probably a phone number as well, because not everybody likes to correspond via email, especially maybe some of our elders who would rather pick up a phone and talk to our activities coordinators. But regardless, this is a work in progress. I'm going to try to make it prettier. It was just a matter of, it was a lot. There's a lot of information happening in all 5 of our units, so it's good. That's a good problem to have. Maybe in the future we'll have to expand it to do it on more than one sheet of paper, but we'll see. Okay, moving on. The next one is just some of the flyers for some of our events. Again, I won't go through these one by one. I include all these flyers in our monthly reports as well. So if you scroll to the end of our monthly report that we submit to Jessica, all the flyers that took place are in that report. And we also upload all of these flyers to our main Facebook page, and then each of my outline coordinators have their own Facebook pages as well. So our main one is Sioux Tribe Language and Culture. Then we have a Sioux Tribe Language and Culture Unit 2, Unit 3, Unit 4, and Unit 5. And they upload their respective flyers to that location. We're also trying to do better about getting our flyers to Jennifer Dale Burton to make sure that she either shares our post or shares a post of their own related to our events, because there's a lot more people that follow the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians on Facebook than follow the Sioux Tribe Language and Culture. We only have about 5,500 followers. So, but it's increasing. Facebook is giving me insight, Meta, that we have more people following us, so that's good. Okay, moving on, talk a little bit about Nagana-Gizik and Mary Mary Culture Camp. So these are facilities that we are the caretakers of. From July through December at Nagana-Gizik, we had a total of 11 traditional funerals that varied from 1 to 4 days in duration. We had 3 community fundraisers, 8 craft workshops, 16 different departmental meetings or planning committees or in-service trainings for tribal programs, 15 gatherings and ceremony type events, and then 14 different forms of community usage, whether that be baby showers, weddings, bridal showers, graduation parties, and anything and everything in between. The facility is also used bi-weekly or every week for drum practice on Tuesday nights. The Ice Circle singers use the space every Tuesday evening to practice. And then Jackie Robinson has the space reserved every Wednesday for her craft circle. That's something that we'll look to partner with both of them on to see how we can expand those offerings. I know right now Jackie's craft circle is pretty much wide open. Anybody and everybody can come. But our department doesn't really have anything to do with that. We just provide the space and make sure that it's available, communicate with her. And then the Ice Circle singers have their practice in there on Tuesday, and that's reserved for their drum group and their singers kind of on an invite-only basis. Something that I'd like to do moving into this summer, I haven't advertised for it yet, but you've heard it here first. I'd like to start doing community drum socials at our powwow grounds here in Unit 1. Our powwow grounds get used once a year, and they're beautiful. And there's plenty of space over there. It's easily accessible. It's directly across the street from Naganagijic, so bathrooms and stuff are right there. But there's no reason why we can't be doing more and offering, weekday activities for people to come out, maybe people that have never had the opportunity to sing before, to sit down and experience that and learn some teaching. So that's something I'm hoping to be able to do at least once a month in June, July, and August during powwow season. Moving on, Mary Culture Camp. Activities and projects during this reporting period. It was utilized by the Sugar Island Powwow Committee for some planning and preparations for their event, and lodging for a couple drum groups that attended that event from outside of the area. We had Fall Fasting Camp down there at the end of September, in collaboration with Traditional Medicine. There was a men's retreat down there in October. There was a traditional funeral over there, which is the first one that I can ever remember having, but it went well because there was an ongoing traditional funeral at Naganagijic, so the family elected to go over there. And then at the end of November, Intertribal Council of Michigan utilized the facility for a filming project with community elder Bud Byron. On the horizon, the use of Mary Culture Camp is something that I hope to vastly increase. I think it is way too valuable of a resource to be underutilized, and I think it's been severely underutilized over the course of the last several years. So I'm hoping to bring back some of our instrumental camps that were really important to our community. Things like Ogitchadog Camp, Ogitchadog Quay Camp, a variation of Protectors of the Earth, working with other departments, potentially natural resources, YEA, community health to increase the usage. Working with Bay Mills Community College and our language instructors to maybe start doing some more immersion type events down there, where individuals can come down and converse with each other in the language all weekend long. But a lot of these camps, that historically took place down there, every weekend, every other weekend, where it was very heavily used, back in the early 2000s, they've just kind of fizzled out, and that's okay. So I'm not gonna lie and say that we're gonna bring back 12 camps this summer, but I'm gonna do my darndest to start bringing some of these things back to build the groundwork while working with some of our other departments to ensure that those are successful. All right, and then our Anishinaabe language program. So our language program currently offers a mix of both online and in-person viewing options. We have online classes on Wednesdays from 6 to 8 p.m. Those were being run during this period by Susan Asquith and Paul Blondeau. As I had mentioned, Paul decided not to renew his contract for 2026, so Susan is continuing on teaching these classes, and then she's going to bring Larissa kind of under her wing to teach her, the ins and outs of those class preparations. And Larissa's been attending these classes for years, so she kind of knows the ins and outs. And then Cecil Pavla offers the Thursday morning class from 10 to 12. And then in person, the department hosts an annual language conference. Years ago, it used to happen in June. The last couple of years, it's happened in September. So we can plan to continue to do that and expand that. As opposed to doing it for one day, we're looking at maybe doing a weekend long this year. And then we have our after-school programming that is hosted by Yvette Pitawanakwet. Those are for kids that come over. Yvette does all sorts of fun stuff with them. She cooks with them. She does arts and crafts with them. They do indoor and outdoor activities for Earth Day. They were out picking up trash all around the Big Bear, and she does everything in the language. She's constantly speaking to the kids in the language, so much so that I'm kind of jealous. Like, I wish I could be in there. She could be hollering at me and teaching me the language of everything that I do. She lets the kids know, so she's fantastic. And then in terms of in-person, like I mentioned, it wasn't happening during this reporting period, but Larissa Boone is now doing those bi-monthly language classes up in Marquette, and those are in-person offerings as well. So as I had mentioned, into the future, we're looking to expand the reach by offering more in-person immersion events and camps. Also looking at ways to enhance our online language activities so that our language recordings, which are, nobody knows where they are. We've got to find them. We've got to figure out how we can make them more accessible. And then looking into the future, we're looking at a grant opportunity right now for A&A language revitalization. That's something that we're planning to apply for. It's supposed to be released Friday. Fingers crossed that actually does get released. They actually forecasted for it, which is not something we see too much over the course of the last year or so. But we're planning to apply for that in hopes that we can really revitalize and expand our language programming because we've kind of been in just a status quo state with our language program. It really hasn't expanded. It hasn't decreased. So we're trying to see ways that we can expand and make the language more enticing and more easily accessible for our members. So for now, I'll pass it over to Emma. Do you want to trade seats or do you want to? I can stay here. Okay. All right. I'll pass it over to Emma for repatriation, historic preservation, and library updates.
Ani Bojo, Ande Queen Indigenous Cause, Bouting Nindonjaba Makwindon Nindodem. My name is Emma Donmeyer. I'm the Repatriation and Historic Preservation Specialist. I have been here for almost 4 years, so surpassing Brett just a little bit in seniority. I'm going to start off with a mission statement from Repatriation and Historic Preservation. So our mission statement is Nadin Ashpin Dagwak, to get back what we hold sacred, and our purpose is to engage with institutions for NAGPRA consultation in the recovery of ancestors, funerary objects, and objects of cultural patrimony, to engage with federal and state agencies for the protection of traditional cultural properties and other cultural properties under the National Historic Preservation Act, Antiquities Act, Archaeological Resource Protection Act, and American Indian Religious Freedom Act. And our Ojibwe Learning Center and Library mission statement is the Ojibwe Learning Center and Library seeks to provide meaningful educational materials to promote the learning and preservation of Anishinaabe, Mi'kmaq, or Anishinaabe way of life, and we include that with all of our grant applications. And our purpose is a repository of cultural objects and archived materials, and to be a library similar to the State Library or Library of Congress as a reference source. And we also are a meeting space for tribal membership and other departments. So for the Ojibwe Learning Center and Library, some of our highlights are that we had 462 visitors in July through December of last year. And we had hosted over in Escanaba through our IMLS art grant, the Gmon build. And we have been recording repatriation stories and other historic preservation stories with Cecil Pavlot. And we have recataloged our library collections and other collections that were lost last year due to some that were lost. You could see our visitor count really peaks in the fall and in the winter. We have a lot more of activities happening for after school. In October, we had 173 people, and that was, I think, due to the Big Bear hosting Boo in the Sioux. So for repatriation activities, July through September, we repatriated funerary items from the Mackinac Island State Parks. I attended the quarterly MACPRA meeting in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and MACPRA is the Michigan Anishinaabe Cultural Preservation and Repatriation Alliance that I represent Sioux Tribe on. And then I was certified in human remains identification through Northern Michigan University.
You can charge now, can you?
Maybe.
We used to collect.
Yeah. In August, we repatriated ancestral human remains from Oklahoma State University, and I attended the monthly MACPRA meeting. And in September, we had a reburial ceremony of ancestral human remains and funerary items, and we continued our consultations with Michigan State University and had our monthly MACPRA meeting. In October through December, we repatriated human remains from a private individual in Ann Arbor. and had a reburial ceremony on October 31st. In November, we had our MACPRA monthly meeting, and in December, we had initiated consultation on hair ancestors at the Field Museum and the Ojibwe Culture Foundation, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about at the end, and I attended our monthly MACPRA meeting. For historic preservation activities, in July, we had continued our Enbridge Section 106 consultations, and in August, again, Enbridge Section 106 consultations. Those are, we attend those very regularly. And then we had continued consultation on the obelisk removal project with Bay Mills Indian Community and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And then we had consultation with the U.S. Forest Service on their inadvertent discoveries plan. In September, we continued our consultation on the Brady Park obelisk removal and Enbridge 106 consultations. In October, we continued with the obelisk removal in Section 106 for Enbridge, and we began monitoring for the obelisk project at Brady Park. And then in November, the obelisk was removed after 27 years of tribal coordination between Sioux Tribe and Bay Mills, which was very exciting for us. And we continued our consultation with the Army Corps for Enbridge. In December, I gave a presentation to Eagle on the cultural resources in the Straits area and submitted comments to U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on handling human remains, funerary items, and archaeological collections. The obelisk story was also published in the Sioux Tribe newspaper. And then I wanted to talk a little bit more about some of the consultations that we had that were maybe not specifically for Sioux Tribe, but we did participate in with Michigan State University, the University of Michigan, Oklahoma State University, Harvard University, Princeton University, Northern Michigan University, and then some state agencies include Eagle, the Michigan Department of Transportation, and then federal is U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Forest Service. And then we actually do a lot of intertribal coordination amongst the other tribes, so represent Sioux Tribe at MACPRA, and we attend monthly and quarterly meetings, and we work most closely with Bay Mills and Little Traverse Bay Band. Bay Mills, we are working on a joint repatriation on a collection that is jointly owned currently by Michigan State University and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and then also working with Bay Mills on a baby from the Harvard Anatomical Collection that the notice was just published yesterday. So we're able to go get her in about a month. And then work really closely with Little Traverse Bay Band and Bay Mills on Enbridge concerns and other Straits area efforts. And then circling back to the hair ancestors at the Field Museum, we have been working with the Ojibwe Culture Foundation, which is located on Manitoulin Island. And we were able, NAGPRA does not apply to First Nations, so we were able to facilitate the return of those ancestors from the Field Museum as the U.S. representative to go through that legal process for our relatives over on Manitoulin Island. And yesterday we brought home 30 individuals that will be here until they are ready to go back to Manitoulin Island.
All right, we good, Gemma. So I know we're coming up on time here, so I'll go through kind of some of these tactical plans. I had already talked on some of them for the direction that we're heading as a department in 2026. I had already mentioned the 3-month rolling calendar, so I digress on that. We're starting a series in June through December. I'm working on a flyer so that the community can mark those dates here locally to provide some basic cultural teachings. It's become very apparent over the course of the last few months that some of our community members and our leaders are requesting more information on what we in our department consider to be, very basic customary teachings, but unfortunately the community just doesn't have those teachings. So things like fire keeping teachings, water teachings, how to start your bundle, sacred medicine teachings, medicine wheel teachings. The list goes on and on some different things. And that's kind of like our call to action based on some of the frequent questions and concerns that we deal with as a department. And it was time for us to take action to start providing information on some of those things. It's my hope that we can spread those teachings out through our outlining units as well. Some of the individuals that are going to be providing those teachings, mainly elders here in the community, but we know that there are elders in the outlying communities who have teachings as well, and it's something that we'd be able to like to be able to offer everywhere. Our cultural training curriculum, that's something that Deb Pine and I are working on since she's come on board to develop a list of culturally relevant training topics for all Sioux Tribe employees, whether they be governmental, Kuwaitan, healthcare, or enterprises. Develop a training calendar so that individuals can attend those. We hope that our division directors and our program managers and our supervisors actively encourage their employees to attend those trainings so that our team members can learn more about the culture as well. But stay tuned on that. We're in the initial stages of developing that curriculum, those presentations, and that training calendar. We're working as a department to offer the inaugural, I'm not sure if it's ever happened before, but I'm calling it the inaugural West End Culture Camp. So we're going to be offering a weekend-long culture camp at the Clear Lake Education Center. They say it's in Manistee, but it's smack dab between Manistee and Munising. But an opportunity for our tribal members, community members on the West End to attend a culture camp in person to try to eliminate a little bit of the travel barrier for them to be able to attend things on Mary Murray Culture Camp, for example. And we're coordinating, working with YEA, traditional medicine, community health, and some other individuals to make that event successful. We've released the save the date flyer, but the full flyer hasn't come out yet, so stay tuned on that. I'd already talked about the return of some culture camps at Mary Murray, so I digress there. Active collaboration with as many departments as we can. I've received a lot of inquiries and a lot of phone calls and had a lot of really great conversations with other division directors that have always wanted to work with the cultural department, but they've never been able to make it happen. So I'm very excited to work with departments like traditional medicine, natural resources, community health, YEA, education, recreation, communications, elders, you name it. I feel like our department should be involved with as many different departments as possible within our organization, within our communities. So I'm excited to work with a lot of those team members on a lot of different projects moving forward. Other than that, community collaboration, I've had great conversations with the folks at Bay Mills Community College after Unit 1 decided to partner with them for the cultural enhancement funds. They have a great team over there and they're always doing fun and exciting things. I also had an opportunity briefly to meet with Alan Cameron and Johnny Hutchinson out with the Bay Mills Cultural Department. Why our departments have never worked together before is beyond me. It's you would think it's such a fluid, natural thing, but it's just not something that we've done. So I'm excited to work with them to see how we can collaborate, to help with organization, possibly funding, transportation to have our two communities be enmeshed, with our cultural events. Other than that, I also had a great opportunity to meet with Janine Sherman, Amanda Paulus, and Teresa Thompson at Sioux Area Secondary School. And we're excited moving into next school year to try and work with them as much as possible to provide, culturally relevant education to their students. Having gone through, Sioux Area Middle School and Sioux High, not that long ago, I graduated 15 years ago. There's not a lot for students unless you're taking, Ojibwe language, or now they have a Native American literature course for seniors. There's not a lot of opportunities for our students to learn about, our culture here. You learn a little bit about, Native American stuff in U.S. history, 10th grade, but it's nothing local. It's the big picture items, the Trail of Tears, all the negative things, but no local information. So very excited to work with them. They were, accepting with open arms and excited to work with us as well. And I think that's really important that we, are able to hopefully start reaching students who we've never been able to reach before. Other than that, the last thing is we've been actively applying. We applied for 2 MLS grants for our basic library grant and then our library enhancement grant. We're waiting to hear back on both of those. I'd mentioned the application of the ANA language preservation initiative that's due back June 25th. And then I'm also going to be applying for a brand new initiative that the application is due May 18th through GlideTech, which is the Great Lakes Intertribal Epidemiology Center, and they're offering an initiative for harm reduction, but cultural activities, arts and crafts teachings was the number one thing that they listed as an appropriate activity. So I'm hoping that we can land that, if possible, to enhance our activities during that grant window. So other than that, the last page is just a contact slide with email addresses for everybody on my team, as well as a phone number and some social media links. Other than that, that's all I have for now. Questions, comments?
So first of all, thank you for taking the initiative. Culture can be what we want it to be, and I'll be non-specific about this, but over the years, we've had ebbs and flows, and to me, it's just a horrible waste if we're not taking advantage of the commitment that we financially have put into culture, when people are just not doing everything that we could be doing. And you're hitting on it right now without really any direction from us to tell you, to what to look at. You're hitting it on all cylinders, so I really appreciate that. I wanted also to say, I appreciate you bringing up that we're going to have a concerted effort to notify people in advance, because the other thing that I just think is crazy is for all the effort and all the money we put out for culture, we don't make sure people know about it. And so on these events that I go to, it's the same maybe 10 people that go to everything. And then other people don't even hear about it, So and for our powwow, if there's anything we could do to try to get people excited to go to the powwow, a lot of our people are along the assimilation scale at different points, and they're like, oh, geez, I don't feel comfortable. I don't know what a powwow is. And if we could make it exciting for people to come to their first powwow, so that would be appreciated. Last summer, there was a really big fiasco with somebody on the powwow committee telling the Unit 1 elders that they could not do fundraising on one of the dates. Please, however that all happened, make sure it doesn't happen again, because nobody should be telling our Unit 1 elders that they can't do fundraising on a particular day, because what they were told is we were competing with the cultural division for fundraising.
Yeah, and that's something that I wasn't here during that time, and when I heard about it, water under the bridge. By my observation, the board, in the tribe provides plenty of financial assistance to our department to put on a good celebration. There's no need for our department to do a 50-50 fundraiser, and that can be left to the elders.
I don't have a problem with that, but as long as they're not telling, imposing on the elders that they can't sell.
No.
And they were told they could not do it on one day.
Yeah,
And
no,
that's
and
been
that
demonstrated.
won't happen again. I
Okay.
assure you. We're not planning to do a raffle of our own this year. We have enough tribal support to do what we do, so we're going to leave that to them.
Good.
But I appreciate
The other thing was the Mary Murray Building, you touched on that. I don't know if you were, what you were doing at the time, but you were not in culture, so it's not your responsibility. But when Sandy Reining had to come here to talk about how her mother's gift to the tribe was desecrated with just not taking care of the culture camp, I haven't heard any complaints lately, so it must be clean, but they did show us pictures, and it was horrible, just respectful, and people that portray to be cultural, that have the responsibility, that disrespect that donation that was given to us for such a wonderful facility. So, but I haven't heard anything lately, so it must be good. And then finally, for funding, and I know some people back home will bristle at this and get mad that I even say it, but I wrote the 10-year Native Language Revitalization Plan for the government, for the federal government, and it's got about 70 pages of lit review that's got all kinds of methodologies for how to do language revitalization. It's got several different examples of what tribes are doing across the country, and then the final report includes a request for a $20 billion investment in language and cultural revitalization, and it also includes an appendix that has a whole bunch of funding opportunities. So we did the heavy work to pull all of that together. Liz Carr was one of our, when she was with OMB. So that document, you just search 10-year native language revitalization plan. I'm the author of it. But just research that and look through it, because we're doing a lot of good things in culture, but as you said, we're looking at in language, trying to do more. There's all kinds of ideas in that document. That was after 2 years of consultation with tribes, what they'd like to see. So if you want that as a guide. And then finally, it just might surprise people, but I'm really glad that Deb is coming over. Deb and I don't see eye to eye on politics at all, but she is an expert. And having her over there that can help do cultural programming and training over there. But the one thing that maybe we need the administration to do is to bring back annual assessments that require cultural enhancement or cultural training, cultural sensitivity. If you remember on the assessment forms, we used to have that on the assessment forms, and annually you had to have some kind of a ongoing training. We don't do that anymore, but if we put that back in place, then it would be a reason why people would have to do it, and then we would have it available for them to do it. So, and Deb is the absolute perfect person to do that, so. Oh, and by the way, you get a free graphic designer with Deb being in your department, because she knows how to lay out the flyers.
Yeah, that's something that I had just announced at our direct reports meeting last week, that once we are ready to rock and roll, we're planning to present to all the directors at the end of May at the next meeting with our initial list of training topics. Deb is available, just to let them know, like, Deb can come to you if that would make things easier. And just that we strongly recommend that if they have team members who are interested in learning more about the culture, that they allow them the opportunity to be able to come and learn more.
Kim?
I just hope that where it is appropriate, that we can apply, similar to how they're doing the elder interviews, but how we can either record, go on Zoom, do what we can to make sure that, I know we're looking at outlying areas, but where can we give them that from here? So hopefully, we're looking at every opportunity that we can for teachings to also withhold that information, because we're pretty blessed up here, even though we're not getting enough of it either. But outside of the service area, they really are not at all, and struggle with those teachings. So wherever we can capture that to make sure that it's shared for generations as well as for people that expand on this outlying area. I know that we're doing that with language, but wherever we can do that, I absolutely encourage that. And if there's something you need from us to help you with that, please come and talk to us about it. So that's all. Thank you.
Isaac, I see your hand up. Okay. Lana, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're doing a good job. I mean, there's a lot of things that are going on. There's a lot of things coming together, so I appreciate that. Just a shout out to the people that have worked in the past. There's been a lot of people there, and they have dedicated a lot of time to that program, and they've given their all, and it's a very good thing to your work that you're getting that full department going, and that's just what we need to have, so I appreciate that. I did want to mention two things. One, you mentioned, trying to get like a monthly drum social up here for people to get involved in. And just in case you don't know, our Mukwege Drum and Hustle, they have maintained every single Thursday night for over a decade a potluck drum social there every single Thursday night. The community comes together. There's no funding. There's no money given towards it from cultural enhancement, nor they just do it on their own. They have no expectations of it. So I think that's just a really good thing, and I wanted our department to know about that, as well as their Mukwege is taking the initiative to work with Kara out of Hessel, the YEA program, and they're going to start going into Pickford School, yeah. Cedarville and Pickford School, like once a month to do a drum social inside those schools. So we have just heard about that recently, and I don't know if that got up to you yet, but those are very good things that they're doing, and anything that our department just in case that communication's not there, because you got a lot going on. That's not there, that you know those things are going on, and it's really good. And lastly, we appreciate, we had asked for help for Newberry to get that powwow going, and bam, like within a couple of days, you had taken the initiative to get your department to get that moving, and we appreciate it. Newberry really appreciates it, especially because of the passing that they've recently had there. So I just really appreciate the work that you're doing, and recognizing those people in the past that have really given a lot to the program as well. So that's it.
Yeah, and that's kind of our hope, realizing that we were kind of in a crunch for time with the Newberry powwow, that pulling together a powwow committee of Newberry community members between now and then was going to be quite literally impossible. But it's my hope that Charlie can work with the folks in that community after this year's event takes place to kind of get a new generation of powwow community members who are invested. A simple one-day powwow like that, I don't want to say it was easy to pull together, but it's something that we have enough contacts in the department that we were able to plan that pretty quickly. But it's very much, at least this year, yes, it's happening in Newberry, but it kind of feels like a transplant powwow because there's nobody from the Newberry community involved, like in the head staff or as a part of the planning.
There is a Newberry committee, though. We had a
Right,
Newberry committee.
right, and that's what I want to try and I guess, establish. And it's important in our aligned communities to have a powwow committee made up of people from that community. It creates autonomy, it creates buy-in. If there are people that are actively planning that, their families are probably actively involved in the background as well. But I completely and totally understand kind of like the wall we were up against to make sure that we could have a celebration there. In terms of Kim's comment about the virtual teachings, it's like Groundhog Day. I see it on pretty much every one of our flyers and our teachings. There's somebody from the outlying, or the members at large who are thankful that these teachings and the events are happening, but they're discouraged and upset that they're not offered in a virtual platform. I am well aware, but it's something that we are navigating very cautiously. Because there has been a lot of heat across Indian country, with people who are attempting to learn cultural knowledge that have ill intentions. When we offer these teachings, if we open it up via Zoom to anybody and everybody, it would be quite literally impossible for us to dictate who's on that call. We could potentially set up like a registration list and send, a Zoom link or a Teams link with that's passcode protected. But if Jane Doe from Lansing says she would like to attend, and I send a meeting link, there's no way for me to be able to guarantee that Jane Doe is actually the one that's on the other side of the computer screen. Our teachings are, especially some of them, are very valuable and sacred. I guess they're ceremonial type teachings that historically would have been passed on in person, and elders are offered sema to pass those teachings down. But of course, we're living in a society nowadays where, well, why can't you just offer it virtually? Why can't you just post it online for everybody to see? Why can't you? So it's our membership have come to expect that type of service for a lot of different things, and they want the convenience of not having to leave their home. It's a barrier for people in our home communities to attend some of these in-person things just for transportation alone. So you magnify that, by 1,000 if you have somebody who lives, outside of the service area, in entirety. So we're going to proceed cautiously. It is on our radar. We're going to leave it up to the elders who are providing some of these teachings on whether or not it's appropriate to offer them virtually. But yeah, it's something that's on our radar, and it's something that we're looking to address moving forward.
Absolutely, which is why I added where it's appropriate, right?
Yeah.
Because the keepers of that knowledge and wisdom should be respected always, so thank you.
Yeah, we got you.
Isaac?
Hey, Cody, this is Isaac. Hey, I just, after listening to your presentation, your overview, it sounds like you need some more tasks to do.
Yeah, well, you can come volunteer. We're always for volunteers.
Yeah, well, hey, I was just going to tell you about a volunteer thing. We're going to be down maybe next weekend or the weekend after at Wowak, and we'll be doing a cleanup there on a Saturday. So if anybody wants to help out, just let us know. Also, I want to commend you and your staff on a great job. I mean, this is phenomenal. I think this is the best I've seen the culture department operate in many years. So I really appreciate you and your team.
You got you. Isaac, if you have dates for that cleanup, we can put together a flyer and post it on our Facebook page to let the community know as well. So if you want to email me over the dates and the times and when you guys are planning to be down there, that's fairly simple. We can put that out.
Yeah, not a problem. I will do that.
Any other questions? Rob?
Cody, Emma, Mingwich, for your presentation. I think it gives our membership a lot of insight on to what you guys do. I have a couple suggestions based on some of the stuff that was just mentioned. One is the virtual teachings online. I understand and agree that we have to be really cautious with it. So a couple things. One, our IT department is working on a portal that members will be able to eventually log in through SiouxTribe.com, I believe, and that should narrow in the scope of who actually is able to do it. So when that happens, we could utilize that to do the teachings. Obviously, it's up to the presenters if they're comfortable with it or not. My suggestion would be if we're going to do that, then someone takes it upon themselves and offers that same on behalf of the members who are going to participate online, because that part is absolutely crucial. The other suggestion was with what Isaac just mentioned with the Willock Cemetery. If we do a flyer for it, perhaps we could get one of the motor pool buses or something to go over there and have transport members who want to volunteer for that. That's a good idea. The other thing is I would like you to get in touch with Ronna Stewart, our board administrator, unless there's objection from the board, which I don't think there will be. But when you and Cecil go to honor our language instructor who's retiring, I would like the board to present them a gift on behalf of us that you guys could take, you and Cecil could take with you. And then my other thing is that you mentioned we don't have any language instructors on staff. They're all contractual. Do you believe that it would be to our benefit to add that in to your department if we can find a way to do that?
Potentially, but in looking at like our most fluent language speaker, our contractor is Yvette Pitawanakwet, and she has expressed that like 30-hour-a-week contract is like what she feels comfortable with.
Yeah.
I know that Cecil is 73, Susan is 78. They, just like me, they understand that they're not going to be around and able forever. So a big part of our language program is really developing like a succession plan to start bringing in some younger language instructors as well. Larissa being one of them. That's kind of like an initial start. But yeah, I mean, it's something that we can consider. I am very interested in looking up the document that Aaron had, and I know that there are a lot of other initiatives that are ongoing in some other tribes, not just in Michigan, but throughout Anishinaabe territory where, I know of there's tribes out there who set aside funding for full-time employees to literally learn the language. That's their job.
Yes,
is to become fluent in the language. So yeah, it's something we could look at. I don't know what that contract would be or what a personnel like that would entail. But I could talk with Cecil, because from my understanding, there used to be an entire department within the cultural department that was dedicated to language with employees, not just contractors. So
yeah,
something we
and what you
consider.
just mentioned is exactly why I bring this up, because I fear we're at a point where we either have to get really serious about the investment into our language, or we're going to reduce ourselves to people just knowing words and phrases instead of being
we're
actually fluent.
Yeah, we're already there. We've been there for a long time, and the elders, that do speak it, fluently or first language speakers are few and far between. But I mean, at the same time, it gives me hope. I look at the Anishinaabe TEG conferences that used to be hosted here, and then they had it down in London, Ontario this year. There are thousands of language speakers out there, many of which are young. So we were at a really, really, really critical point, I would say probably about a decade ago. And the amount of investment in language speakers that have kind of come out of the woodworks or, you know, we're okay, don't panic. We as a community, a lot of work to do, you know, in all of our communities. And there's a lot of communities that are similar. But it's definitely something that we can look at into the future, you know, as a nation. What value do we place on the language? What sort of investment, both in time and financial, are we making to revitalize the language and to preserve the language? And it's just, we haven't reinvented the wheel recently. So I'm all ears, you know, any ideas, you know, any contribution or you know, support from the board in terms of revitalizing and prioritizing the language moving forward. I'm here to assist. I'm not fluent. I would say my knowledge is maybe 1%. If I had to put a mathematical term on it, our language is very, very complicated. It's very, very complex. And it's discouraging, I guess, for a lot of our tribal members who maybe want to learn but realize how difficult it is. It's tough, but it's important. It's needed. Yvette is also excited. She met with Chandra Jarvis. I didn't even mention this in my report, to start working with Head Start, Early Head Start Child Care Center, to start doing immersion type activities in language with our Benojis there. So like I said, it's just one of the many. It's on my radar.
So if your understanding is 1%, then mine's 0.1%.
Yeah, it's complex.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this on a board agenda because I think it's absolutely crucial that we save our language. And we have the Ann Suggett building, obviously, a 0 to 5-year-old education. We have JKL, and we're expanding into having our own high school. And then we partner with BMCC. So potentially we have students that would be under our education wings from 0 to graduation of college. And I want to schedule a board workshop with you to figure out exactly what you need, because it's our job to get you the tools you need to carry out this task. And I think it's crucial that we, and there's no reason we shouldn't have a captive audience from 0 to graduation of college, to where we shouldn't be producing fluent speakers when they graduate high school, and then also partner with BMCC to carry that out. So I'm going to request that we put this on an agenda and we work through it and we come up with a long-term plan with you to do it. So thank you guys. I got to run because I'm late for the elders lunch. So, but I appreciate you.
All right, we got you.
Any other questions online? It doesn't appear so. Thank you, Cody. Excellent presentation. Emma as well. Great job. Great job.
Big witch.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
All right, we're ready to get started for our afternoon session of our semi-annual presentations. And up next, we have the Natural Resources Division with Danielle Fagan. Take it away.
Bujun dano maganadog, wagushensko and dashikas, jibwe nishnabe koyenda, bauting and donjaba. Hi everyone, my name is Danny Fagan. I serve as the director for Sioux Tribe's Natural Resources Division. In Anishinaabe-Moan, we refer to ourselves as Gidiangwami-Edamin Ejiandwindiang, which is at the top of the slide here. And this reflects that through our work in the Natural Resources Division, we seek to be careful about how we're being related to our plant, fish, wildlife, land, water relatives. This semi-annual review covers the period of July through December 2025 and was just recently prepared by my team in April of 2026. I just want to say thanks to those that are online and in person for giving us the time to talk a bit about our work. It's not, well, I feel like I see many of you all the time at board meetings, but we don't get to talk about the actual work that we're doing all of the time. So I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I think our managers and team feel the same. So thank you for carving out this opportunity. So as a general overview, I want to start with our vision and our mission. Everything we do flows from these two statements. Our vision for the division is to protect, enhance, and support resilient ecological communities and our members' intergenerational rights, relationships, and responsibilities within these communities. On the left is ABJ. So this is the oldest male common loon known in the world. He is 39 years old this year, and he lives within the 1836 ceded territory out at Seney, where he was born. I took this photo a couple weeks ago. The mission, I bring that up just thinking about intergenerational relationships and long-term thinking and just about the places that we share land and water with and all sorts of relatives, right? We're often thinking about those that maybe we harvest or eat or the landscapes that we're restoring and wild rice, but really it's this whole suite of beings that share the Eastern Upper Peninsula and Northern Lower Peninsula with us. Our mission within the division is to serve as leaders in collaborative stewardship within the Great Lakes region, promoting ecological resilience and sustainable relationships, honoring those who came before us, and providing for those yet to come. We work in collaboration across the 1836 ceded territory with other tribes, as well as non-tribal communities, state agencies, and federal agencies. Next slide. I've removed our, diagram of our organizational chart or structure from this presentation. However, I'm always glad to share that. But in brief, the Natural Resources Division is organized into 4 programs with admin support, and those include our research partnership arm, which is the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience, as well as our fisheries, wildlife, and environmental programs. So our fisheries program works on Great Lakes and inland fish, harvest reporting, hatcheries, and protecting our treaty fishing rights. Our wildlife program covers plants and animals, those beings that we harvest inland within the 1836 ceded territory. And in addition to harvest management, our wildlife program is engaged in restoration and monitoring work. Our environmental program covers a number of different environmental issues with us, spanning from drinking water to surface water, air quality, brownfields, and waste management. And then, as I mentioned, SEEKR, which is what we usually refer to the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience, given that that is a mouthful, is our research partnership arm. So we believe that to do the best work on behalf of the Sioux tribe and the land, water, and beings that we're working to support, we should employ the best available science, both Anishinaabe and Western science, into the work that we do. And over the course of the next better portion of an hour, I actually left some time for questions apparently, which is good. I'll walk you through each of those programs and the work that we've been engaged in over the last 6 months of 2025. Next slide. All right, so when we're thinking about the members that we serve, I wanted to kind of provide a little bit of a reminder of how we serve our community. So when we're talking about exercise of treaty rights within the 1830 ceded territory, we're talking about on and off reservation treaty rights exercise, hunting, fishing, gathering, and other uses. Annually, we have over 4,000 Sioux tribe members that receive their harvest cards. And that can either be a gathering and fishing harvest card, or it can be a hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering harvest card. In addition to those that work with NRD and the law enforcement to actually obtain their harvest cards, there are many tribal members that are practicing or exercising ceremony within both the service area and the 1836, that don't fill out that form and don't receive that card, but the work that we do is still really important for them. And then finally, our hope is that, or our intention, and a lot of the work that we do is aimed at improving these ecosystems and the plant, fish, and wildlife populations that live here, so that community members that are, using wildlife or fish as a food resource or using plant medicines in their own care for their families, that they're benefiting from the work that we're doing to improve the health of forests, water, and the places we're gathering. In addition to fish, wildlife, and plants, tribal households that are seeking assistance with environmental issues often call on the Natural Resources Division. Oftentimes, this is in the form of indoor air quality assessments or drinking water quality technical assistance provided through our environmental program. In addition to the Sioux tribe community, the work that we're often engaged in is often on off-reservation lands. And so not only are we benefiting the Sioux tribe community, but when we're improving a wetland or cleaning up a contaminated site, our hope is that we're benefiting the broader community within northern Michigan. Next slide. So as I mentioned, I will walk through each of our program areas, starting with some overarching division priorities just very briefly, and then we'll transition to the other 4 programs. This photo is from this winter, and I'm guessing a few people might know what this is, but also kind of fun for me. I was taking a hike, and this is an otter slide, and you can see it was 2 otters that were running together, sliding, and then they kind of split up and went their separate ways. That was pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool, and you can often see it heading into, this is out at Seney. So I was taking a hike, but just pointing to, this is a species that we harvest, but that also shows up in a lot of Anishinaabe stories and Ojibwe art, and just a reminder that they're here year-round, even when you don't see them. Next slide. Okay, so broadly, when I'm thinking about big division-level priorities and work that I can help advance that encompasses, that I and my team can advance, that covers more than one program, I'm thinking about 3 kind of big buckets, or at least these are current focuses. So always seeking to protect rights, relationships, and responsibilities of the Sioux tribe community with the places that we live and the other beings that we share this place with. That shows up in terms of managing wildlife and fisheries, but that also shows up in terms of consultation with state and federal agencies that are seeking to potentially change regulations or make changes that could have an impact on our community. I think it's important that we are always advocating for the continuance of our treaty and inherent rights as a tribal nation. Second, and recently, we've been focusing on supporting strategic land acquisition. What could that look like for Sioux tribe if we really want to invest in increasing our land base so that we can support treaty rights, support cultural and community use, and also come up with some sustainable revenue sources that serve as a positive feedback cycle for continuing to do this work and support the Natural Resources Division. And then finally, this is kind of woven through all of the work that we do, but advancing meaningful co-stewardship across the 13.8 million acres of the ceded territory, which is shown in yellow here for those that maybe are not as familiar. But we are frequently tasked with and take pride in sitting at tables with state, federal, and other agencies and partners to influence decisions that have big impacts for our community off reservation and on reservation for that matter. Next slide. So I did ask each of our managers to put together a few slides highlighting the work that their programs are doing. And you know, they've entrusted me to present on their behalf today. But I'll be starting with our environmental program. Many of you know Robin Bouchard, who is our environmental program manager. We also have Nick Gordon, who's working as an environmental scientist, currently on brownfields, transitioning to water quality, and Joe McCurchie, who handles a lot of our drinking water work. If you've been involved in any of the Sioux Tribe housing, drinking water conversations, Joe is often the one from NRD that is seeking to provide technical assistance there. Starting with air quality, so our staff continue weekly visits to our atmospheric monitoring site, and that's basically we're sampling what's falling out of the sky. So when we refer to our NADP site, this is our atmospheric deposition monitoring site, and this is one way that we can track pollutants. In addition to outdoor air quality, we also recently installed a purple air sensor on the Sioux Tribe housing building in Kinross, so we can keep an eye on the air that our members are breathing. And on December 1st, the atmospheric deposition site or monitoring site that I mentioned, we also started collecting PFAS, or the forever chemicals, information from that site. So those forever chemicals show up in fish and in water, in the soil, and they break down. They don't break down really, or it's incredibly slow. But we want to know how much is coming down from the air so that we can protect our food and water. Kind of on the other end, indoor air is just as important. We completed 6 indoor air quality assessments for our community during the reporting period. 4 were in private members' homes, and 2 of them were in tribal facilities, both the Lambert Child Care Center as well as the enrollment building. And we actually had 3 air quality or quality assurance plans approved by the EPA during this reporting period. That might sound technical and boring, but what it means is the federal government actually recognizes the data that we're collecting and the way that we're collecting it as good as theirs, and that matters. During this reporting period, we also submitted 2-year grant work plans for $200,000 to keep this work going, presented at a few regional meetings, and Robin was actually voted in as the vice chair of the TAMS steering committee. And TAMS is it's the Tribal Air Monitoring Support Center, which is pretty good national level recognition for the work that we're doing. Next slide. Moving on to our brownfields program. I'm realizing the text is quite small here, so I'm glad you all have a handout, and maybe I could have made the text on that even bigger too. That's what I was going to say. Sorry, Elena. So brownfields is kind of the broad categorization that we use for land that's been contaminated, usually by past industrial use, and it needs to be cleaned up before it's safe to use again for things like housing or development. Over this reporting period, our staff worked on the tribe's own cleanup standards, strengthening them and adding sections that were missing, and making sure that they reflect tribal values, not just the state minimum requirements. We also reviewed our own illegal dumping code and started drafting improvements that hopefully we can bring to tribal leadership in the future. On the response side of things, we supported planning for a diesel spill cleanup at Whitefish Point Harbor. And again, I know we've had a more recent spill issue, but that didn't fall within the reporting period for this. But similarly, we've been involved in incidents out at Whitefish Point in the past. And then at the request of some of our own internal programs, including planning and the Food Sovereignty Committee, we also started developing a soil sampling list. And we were specifically thinking about what plants we might be interested in harvesting from a site and what contaminants might matter for those plants. So some plants take up contaminants, and we don't want to be encouraging folks to grow food in areas where they might be taking up contaminants into the plant material that we're ultimately hoping to distribute to our community members. In addition to this, we also started to support work to evaluate potential orchard locations or orchard plots. So again, so that any fruit that we grow is safe for community member consumption. On the training end, we sat in on the Coast Guard's planning committee for a tabletop exercise focused on a potential future oil spill from the Cut River crossing of Line 5, so down there on the north shore of Lake Michigan. During that planning exercise, we were the only tribe on the planning team. This occurred in August, and it was well received. And this is part of a larger involvement in NMAC, which is the Northern Michigan Area Committee, which is a large group of response agencies should anything happen in the Great Lakes in this region. We onboarded a new staff member in October, Nick Gordon. Nick has been a great addition to our team and has contributed to a lot of the brownfields water quality work. And many staff across Sioux Tribe's government, housing, and other entities have already had the chance to work with him. Next slide. Moving on to the drinking water program. Even smaller font. Should have brought a handout. Sorry. So drinking water is something that we all depend on, and through this work, environmental is usually serving a support role for other entities, like Sioux Tribe Housing. We had a few things occur during this reporting period that were interesting. For example, there was an incident out at the Wetmore housing site on December 4th where a hydrant was hit, and our staff responded immediately, drove out that day, coordinated bottled water for residents, gave advice regarding the boil water notice, and then worked to get that water system back up and running with others in the area. That boil water notice was lifted on December 8th once results confirmed that the water was safe to drink again. Maybe not as urgently, but just as importantly and regularly, routine monitoring was continued at the Christmas and Manistee casinos, at Wetmore and Manistee housing sites, the Hessel housing site, and the Manistee Health Center. Sorry. So during the summer of 2025, the EPA identified a number of significant deficiencies at 4 of our non-utility authority sites. And that sounds kind of drastic, but really it's just routine advice that the EPA is giving us in taking care of our own drinking water systems. And these are things that we need to improve on in order to keep our drinking water sources safe. But our employees have been working with the Manistee Casino, Christmas Casino, Manistee Tribal Health Center, and the Bear on the Mountain Golf Course to make sure that we are in compliance and have all those issues addressed. And in fact, those should all be completed, if I'm not mistaken, by the middle of this month. And we've been making considerable progress over the winter. Some of those recommended changes, though, required having access to like snow-free ground, and so we needed to wait for the spring to do that. That involved coordinating, our executive office was CC'd on a lot of the original correspondence, but it involved submitting a corrective action plan, which EPA quickly accepted. Like I said, we've been working through the repairs. And then just to be clear, these deficiencies weren't necessarily from missing samples or from sites being unsafe. Some of these were an example of just like shipping issues or small repairs that needed to be made that maybe had went like a gasket on a wellhead or something simple. So no big concerns, but definitely good for keeping everything up and running safely. On this, we do have a utility authority and housing supported contract, and that funds staff time. And in 2025, we received a really high score on that work, 15 out of 16 on the operations score. We had no EPA violations and no significant deficiencies. Our next step is actually to develop an internal service contract so that environmental can provide that same level of oversight to all of the tribal water systems, not just the ones that we're already funded for. Next slide. Moving on to surface water. So when we're talking about surface water, we're talking about lakes, rivers, streams, and wetlands. Our staff spent the second half of 2025 getting ready for the field season, the 2026 field season. They updated our Clean Water Act monitoring strategy, developed a 5-year water quality strategic plan, and we finished a roughly 100-page QAP, or Quality Assurance Plan, that is now with the EPA for review. Staff also assessed tribal streams across our 7-county service area. And on the partnership side, our team attended the Lake Superior Working Group, the Monoman or Wild Rice Gathering at the Quaden Casino, Watershed and Coastal Partner meetings, and the Michigan Tribal Environmental Group meetings, or MTAG. And we presented at the Quarter 4 meeting and shared the recap with attendees. On the outreach side, we submitted a Salt Watch article to the tribal newspaper talking about what is effective and safe for the environment salt use look like in the winter on ice. And we ran a rain barrel program. That's a mouthful. Through that program, we conducted 8 workshops and distributed 70 rain barrels to members across the service area. This is a very tangible thing that members can take home. And we had overwhelming interest in that program. In fact, we had a wait list. I was initially interested, thinking, like, oh, cool, great. No, quickly realized there were hundreds of applicants, so I'll just have to find my own rain barrel, but that is all good. And then finally, we drafted formal comment letters on Michigan's triennial water quality standards review and on proposed updates to the Army Corps' nationwide permits program. This, working with our government affairs team as well as legal and tribal leadership, puts our voice on the record in terms of decisions that affect treaty waters. Next slide. Moving on to fishing. I'll spend a little time here. We all know that fishing is at the heart of who we are as Sioux Tribers, and this slide specifically maybe is not like the most appealing, given that it's talking about decree reporting. However, this is really important for demonstrating that we are capable for managing our own fishery. So the Great Lakes Decree and the Inland Consent Decree are the legal frameworks that recognize and govern our treaty fishing rights, and reporting is one way that we hold up our end of those agreements and protect the fishery for the long term, both for the benefit of the fishery as well as our community. On the Great Lakes side, we currently have 50 commercial fishers registered, and our staff process biweekly commercial reports and retail bills of sale. On the subsistence side, and again, subsistence, these are members that are fishing to feed their families. We have 258 registered fishers, and they're required to submit monthly reporting. We also issue Grid 306 spring walleye permits and reports over near the Bays of Knock. And on the inland side, we issue spring walleye lake permits, special harvest permits, and run the Black Lake Sturgeon Permit Lottery. Twice a year, in June and January, we were required to send our summary reports to co-managers, and that's the state and federal agencies that we share management with. All of this reporting and data collection and management is what makes the rest of the program possible. We have to be able to demonstrate that we are actively able to manage our own fishery. Next slide. On the assessment side, assessments are how we know what's actually happening in the water in terms of what do fish populations look like, what are our members harvesting, etc. On the commercial side, our staff did 5 ride-alongs with 3 fishers on Lakes Huron and Michigan during the reporting period, as well as conducted 29 dockside sampling events across Lake Huron, Michigan, and Superior, the 3 Great Lakes within the ceded territory. These ride-alongs are important. Not only is it how we keep relationships with our fishers strong and learn what they're actually seeing on the water, but we're able to collect high-quality quantitative data through those surveys. Our independent surveys, or the fishery independent sampling surveys, are equally important. The Gagoon survey is our general fish community survey. We run this every July through September. This year, we had 24 net set and lifts in 7 days. We caught 403 fish, encompassing 16 different species. We also have a deep water survey. In that survey, we had 4 net set and lifts, which we did in less than a week. And we caught 19 fish from 4 species, so definitely lower numbers there. But again, this is a deep water survey, so we're sampling a different fish community. This was the final year of that particular project, but the data will go into our long-term understanding of the lakes. In addition to the actual sampling and survey work, our staff represent the tribe on multiple committees, including the Technical Fisheries Committee, as well as the Modeling Subcommittee, the Lake Technical Committees, the Lake Trout Working Groups for Lakes Huron and Michigan, and the Inland Fisheries Committee. When quotas are set and being discussed, our staff are at the table and then bring that information back to committees like the Conservation Committee and sometimes the Board of Directors when it advances from the Conservation Committee. Next slide.
Deannie, one quick question before you proceed.
Sorry.
When you do the dockside samples, what does that consist of? Just see how many different fish are being caught?
So, as our Sioux Tribe fishers are bringing their fish back to the dock, we ask if we can understand quantities and species that they're bringing in.
Okay, I didn't know if you cut them open to see if they were healthy or.
Oh, I'm not sure if we've been collecting much health information. My understanding is that it's primarily to understand catch and species.
Thank you.
Yep. Sorry, 1 second. I don't usually talk quite this much. Uh, Hopefully, many of you have heard of our Atikamekw initiative or our Whitefish initiative. The whitefish or Atikamekw are at the heart of our fishery and play a central role in our culture in many ways. As many of you probably know or have read or heard about, whitefish populations in the Great Lakes have been struggling as a result of this explosion of invasive mussels over the last 20 years. And so this is something that we're really keeping an eye on, and our Atikamekw or Whitefish Initiative is part of our response to this. Through this initiative, we're seeking to stock, rear, translocate, and restore whitefish populations within the 1836 in hopes of supporting our tribal commercial subsistence and other fishery in the future. So regarding stocking, in late June and early July, we harvested from our whitefish ponds and stocked fish. At the Barbell Hatchery, we were able to grow 50,000 plus whitefish and had about 67% survival, which that may not sound great, but when we're talking about raising fish, that's actually really good. From the Odenang Pond, we harvested nearly 60,000 whitefish and had about 40% survival, which is closer to normal. Overall, though, that brings us to approximately 110,000 whitefish that we released during 2025, and that was our best year yet. Currently, we're continuing these hatchery operations indoors during the winter season. And in fact, in November, the team collected eggs and spawned 105 pairs of whitefish. We started with over 1.7 million eggs, and about 1.5 million of them made it to the eyed up stage. Just teeny tiny little whitefish being that you can just start to see parts of their body developing. But that work's been going really well. And in fact, if you get on our 7th generation Instagram, we've got some really cool videos from our hatcheries on there from recently. And again, it's we are continuing to learn as we do this work. This is very much a science combined with some, random events thrown into this. But I think that our hatchery and fisheries enhancement team is doing a really good job. Each year we're seeing improvements in the way that we're doing things, and we're getting more fish in the water. Related to this whole effort is also the translocation work. So 2025 was our second year of this work, and in 2025 we moved 189 adult whitefish into the Carp River, fitting 64 of them with acoustic transmitters so we can understand their movement. This required deploying 8 acoustic receivers. We want to understand if they're using the river, will whitefish return to spawning in these rivers, and can that serve as a valuable conservation or restoration activity as we're dealing with this problem of quagga mussels, or quagga and zebra mussels. So mussels, in terms of dispersal, they have a really hard time moving up the river because when they reproduce, it's kind of just releasing their little ones. They can't make it upstream. They have no, there's no mussel there to swim them upstream. So these rivers actually serve as a really good place for whitefish because the mussels can't get up them because all mussel movement is passive. And so we're working to understand if we can restore whitefish reproduction in these river systems, and this translocation project plays into that. Let's see, next steps. We're evaluating stocking success, and we're also developing a formal fisheries management plan for whitefish in coordination with community members, including members of the Conservation Committee. Next slide. In addition to whitefish, we also have an Oga hatchery, and this is walleye. And this has been a long-term core piece of our fisheries work. Walleye are one of the top fish harvested by our community members. And I'm not just talking about commercial fishing here, I'm talking about a lot of our inland license holders. So this year, staff stocked 430,000 spring walleye fingerlings across priority waters. And I'll read these quickly just because these are going into specific places that matter to our community members. So in the Sioux area, it was approximately 24,500 fish. There were 69,670 stocked in Lake George, nearly 25,000 in Rayber Bay, 141,000 on Drummond in Potaganasing Bay, 105,000 in Waichki Bay, and then 71,000 in Lake Nicolay, or the St. Mary's River. Additionally, when we fish in these waters, it's really good to understand that the work that we're doing in our hatcheries is actually directly benefiting folks that are catching walleye in the St. Mary's and other places, for example. Many of the walleye caught in the eastern UP come from our hatcheries. One way that we can understand that is by doing the otolith work. There's actually a process where when these fish are very young in the hatchery, we can mark them so that when we recover adults, we can spend a lot of time over the winter analyzing samples and determine that they came from our hatcheries. And it's actually a staggering amount. I'm forgetting the percentage right now, but I can get that for you. But it's something that we should take a lot of pride in. Next slide. So within fisheries, we have a few different ways that we can talk about invasive species. And rather than calling them invasive species all the time, we can refer to them as non-local beings, which is sometimes viewed as like the more respectful way, although I do find myself slipping into the traditional like Western nomenclature of referring to them as invasive species. Something for me to work on for sure. But the idea being that these, whether they're non-native plants, fish, or wildlife, they're still our relatives, they're just not from here. And their presence does affect the balance of native species in these areas. Through this work, though, there's a cooperative group of folks working on early detection of non-native species in the St. Mary's River. This work in 2025 wrapped up in October. Kind of the too long didn't read, or the short version is that we didn't find any new species of non-local beings in 2025, which is really good news. Our team participated in 36 sampling events using 3 different gear types: electrofishing, gill nets, and fyke nets. And while there were no new species, we did collect invasive species. These included the Eurasian ruff, sea lamprey, common carp, rainbow smelt, 3-spine stickleback, and Chinook salmon. Species that we already knew that were present and that some people actually value, but that they're not native, they're not from here. Looking ahead, one of our biologists was trained in eDNA, or environmental DNA water sampling, by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife biologists in Alpena. This is really cool, and perhaps many of you know about this, but with eDNA sampling, you can collect a water sample and actually look at the DNA found in that and determine what species are in that water sample, even if you're not like directly collecting a fish or a mussel. That technology just allows us to detect species from a sample of water versus having to deploy nets or otherwise. And oftentimes you can use eDNA to pick up on species before you ever actually like see the fish in an area. It's often used in early detection. And while it's kind of a yes/no, right? So if you get a sample, you can say, yes, we found the DNA for this species here, or no, we didn't. It doesn't really give you any idea, at least my understanding, I'm sure there are ways that super advanced scientists could, of the density or potentially number of invasive species there. However, if you do the sampling and you get a yes on the eDNA sampling for a given species, you can go back to that area and invest further work. Whereas, say you're looking for a certain species of non-native fish, for example, and you get a no, you know that you should or can invest your time elsewhere with more intensive sampling methods like setting nets. All right. And then finally, one other project that you may have heard of is the SWIM project. And this is our Spawning Whitefish and Invasive Mussels project. And this is a multi-agency cooperative project where we tagged lake whitefish in Big Bay to Knock, and we're working to understand what areas they're using for, or throughout their life, but including for spawning. Next slide. How are we doing on time here? Perfect. Okay. I might take the whole hour. Just kidding. A little bit on the outreach end for fisheries. So I think outreach is one of my personal favorite parts of the work that we do, even if I don't get to spend as much of my own time on it anymore. But this is where our work meets the community, and oftentimes for us, we're talking about working with schools. Since 2019, our Boat to School program has partnered with the Michigan State University Extension and JKL Boating School to give 6th graders a hands-on learning experience, including visits to our hatchery. So these students sometimes, or could be the next generation of fisheries biologists. And I say that like hopefully because my nieces and nephew have benefited from these field trips in the past, and it'd be really cool if they were in the future involved in the Natural Resources Division when I'm gone. So in addition to these school programs, we also try to share what we're doing with the broader community through the tribal newspaper and working with our PR team on social media posts. We also try to bring outreach materials to the powwows, and we did this at the Bawating Homecoming Powwow for a shared NRD booth last summer. And one of my favorites is the Sturgeon in the Classroom program. So each year, we work with a few different schools, and it was 3 schools this year to rear a lake sturgeon, which ultimately gets returned to the river and water to like live out their life in the Great Lakes. And this year we had sturgeon in the classroom out at Lake Superior Academy, LSA, Lake Superior Academy, JKL, as well as Sioux Area Public Schools. And I know the students had a blast. I hear that one of the schools was maybe had quite the beefy sturgeon, like they were on a really solid diet. But I believe those sturgeon either are or will be returned to the river systems quite shortly. But I just think that is so cool. These students, you know, you've got maybe 5 or 6 classes of students filtering through these science rooms in a given day, and they're all learning about one of these like really ancient fish relatives of ours and a species that's really sensitive to certain changes, and that does benefit from conservation and restoration actions. And like, very meaningful. I think they're also having a ton of fun with it. So I hear the sturgeon were named LeBron, Sturgey, and Paulette this year or something. Paula, Paulette. Yeah. So like, I don't know, the students develop this relationship with a species that like I certainly never had in my life. Like we had mice, but I think it's really cool because just given the importance to Anishinaabe of sturgeon, they can be directly involved in that restoration work. Next slide. Moving on from fisheries, I'll touch on our wildlife program work for a bit here. So the wildlife program does population level assessments of non-human relatives, including plants and wildlife, and the relationship between them and their environments. We work with external agencies to monitor and manage harvest and to do stewardship work across the 1836 ceded territory. This work is in support of the 2007 Inland Consent Decree and a 2006 MOU with the U.S. Forest Service for work on national forest lands. Funding for this work comes from a few different places, primarily from the Bureau of Indian Affairs Rights Protection and Implementation Funds, some from BIA Trust Land Natural Resources Funds, BIA competitive grants, including the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, which are a huge component of funding for our wildlife program, as well as U.S. Forest Service grants and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service grants. All of this work that we're doing, or that I've mentioned and that I'll talk about, aligns with the division's strategic plan and focuses on conducting assessment, monitoring, management, and outreach activities. Next slide. The wildlife program organizes our work around three initiatives and one kind of focus area that we do. And the first is the Hemiboreal and Boreal Forest Initiative. These are northern forest types that define this part of the world and that are central to the identity of Anishinaabe in the Upper Great Lakes. Within that work, we have the Ishkode Project, and again, Ishkode is fire. And this work is conducted through the Tribal Forest Protection Act Agreement and in collaboration with the Hiawatha National Forest and Seeker. In big picture, we're seeking to restore relationships with fire to forests for the benefit of people, as well as wildlife and forest stewardship, as well as safety concerns. Fire has been largely excluded and absent from forests, not only in the Great Lakes, but across North America for 120 plus years. And as a result, we're seeing the negative effects of that. Luckily, knock on wood, there have not been recent humongous catastrophic wildfires in the eastern UP here, but many of you may remember the Duck Lake or Sleeper Lake fires, as well as watch the news and see what's going on in California. By intentionally excluding low-intensity, low-severity fire, we're building up, or we're essentially shaping forests with really dangerous fuel loads, right? So these forests were adapted under conditions where they saw fire and a reset occasionally. And by excluding that completely, not only have we excluded an Anishinaabe practice that was pretty core to our own stewardship responsibilities, but we've created a tinderbox. And when we have really droughty years and lightning strikes or a cigarette butt thrown out the window, it can result in really drastic and harmful impacts to the areas where our members have treaty rights access and potentially homes and otherwise. So not only is it a natural resources stewardship issue, but it can also be a public safety issue. And so there are many facets to that work. Additionally, we have the Coastal Initiative, where we focus on wetland restoration, wildlife monitoring, and that includes migratory waterfowl, secretive marsh birds, muskrats, mud puppies, the whole suite of wetland beings. And this is some of the most showy habitat restoration that we do in terms of monoman or wild rice restoration. And I know I've already had a few people ask, including Director McCrory, about upcoming seeding events, and we will continue to do that as long as we can. So each year, we seek to seed monoman or wild rice in treaty waters where members could potentially harvest in the future. Given that monoman or wild rice is an annual plant, she is currently probably propping up from the sediment in the wetlands right now and needs to go through her almost entire life cycle before monoman will be ready to harvest in August-ish, depending on weather conditions. And depending on how things go this year will determine where we can get seed from and how much we can get. It's always a little iffy because you can never really guarantee it. These are not like hyper-controlled settings. This is real deal Ojibwe wild rice, hand harvested by tribal members. And so while I can't offer the details right now because it depends on how the season goes, our full intention is to continue to have ceremony and community member seeding events sometime in mid to late August or early September. Finally, we are recently expanding our forestry work. We've hired a forest ecologist too. He'll focus on forest inventory, including stand exams on tribal trust lands, as well as contributing broadly to the Shkode and Hemi-Boreal and Boreal Forest Initiative work. We're also pursuing authority with the BIA to issue limited permits ourselves in support of other Sioux Tribe entities. And I bring this up because many of you, I believe, are involved in Sioux Tribe housing projects. Whenever we harvest timber off Sioux Tribe land, we have to go through a permitting or approval process with the BIA. Sometimes that process is warranted if it's a large-scale harvest, but sometimes we're just harvesting a few trees with like fairly minimal, like quote-unquote timber value. And there is a process where we can, if we develop our own internal standards, we can receive approval to issue our own permits for harvest of less than $5,000. We just have to provide the planning documents, and we're working on that now. And our hope is that our forest ecologist too can help me take the lead on that work and be responsible for that. That way, it would speed up a lot of internal project planning work for entities like EDC if they're working on trust land, or Sioux Tribe housing, or the health centers, et cetera. Similarly to fisheries, harvest management, again, data collection and being able to demonstrate that we understand what our community is harvesting, as well as the impact that it has on the populations, and show that like we have the ability to self-govern. I don't think it's everyone's jam in terms of what they think is the most exciting about biology and natural resources stewardship, but it is critical to retaining our right to manage our own members' harvest. And so we spend a lot of time on harvest reporting and data analysis. Next slide. Some of the key achievements for the wildlife team over the past year. On the Boreal Initiative side, we continued building in the Shkode project area, and we had our first prescribed burn. The Forest Service, as well as federal agencies and state agencies, did most of the on-the-ground work at that time out in Batchelor Marsh. However, we were able to have community elders lead ceremony out there before the fire, and in fact, that was a flint-struck fire that initiated this prescribed burn. And this is the first one that NRD has been involved in that went that way. Related to this, and on a completely different end of the spectrum in terms of like the ways that we're using science, we purchased and received training using a terrestrial laser scanner last year. And so this is this thing that like it's a laser, it spins around really, really fast. It's often used in like architecture. But what we can do is create 3D images of these forest ecosystems. And I mentioned that we're kind of supporting tinderboxes right now. We can create these 3D images that show us what forest structure actually looks like. How likely is this to go up in flames, or what value does this have for wildlife? It tells us a lot about the structure of forests. So in these areas where we're planning to conduct fire, we're doing pre and post monitoring, or before and after monitoring, to see the effects that fire is actually having on ecosystems, both for people and the wildlife that depend on it. We expanded wildlife monitoring through GPS monitoring of spruce grouse, as well as through use of cameras. On the coastal initiative side, we continued building on our invasive species work, removing over 20 acres of invasive species and conducting 83 miles of river surveys. We identified 100 new locations for invasive species, and we share that information with the local CISMA, or Cooperative Invasive Species Management Area, in hopes that collectively we can address some of these new invasive species populations. We conducted marsh bird survey monitoring at 25 sites. We collected muskrat carcasses for disease analysis, and we also developed a mud puppy monitoring framework. As I mentioned, we've continued work on the Monoman or wild rice front, seeding 1,200 pounds of Monoman at 6 sites across the eastern Upper Peninsula. And something that's also been important for me as division director is thinking about safety and how we're going about these things. And the Coastal Initiative group has really taken it upon themselves to get ahead on the safety game, thinking about developing standard operating procedures and prioritizing safety protocols across all of the work that we're doing, which is important. They're often out on a boat or in waders in chest deep water, working in remote areas. On the harvest reporting side, the 2024 Harvest and Effort Summary was completed using member-submitted harvest reports and shared with parties to the 2007 Inland Consent Decree. Those are also always posted on SiouxTribe.com in the downloads portion of the Natural Resources Division page. And I know 2024 sounds old, but it's almost like a federal audit, right? Like, we have to get all of the 2025 data before we can even analyze and process it. So our 2025 Inland Harvest Summary will be available likely in the next 2 months, and that will be posted online. All right, next slide. On the horizon for our wildlife team, we're going to continue American marten collaring and spatial capture recapture work to understand marten abundance within these fire project areas. Similarly, we'll continue gray wolf assessments. These will be used to support population modeling frameworks, which I anticipate being very important in upcoming discussions with the state regarding wolf management. We'll continue analyzing camera trap data to build multi-species occupancy models. Cameras are awesome because anything that crosses that frame will be captured, and it's a data point that we don't have to impact an animal or have an animal in our hand to collect. And then finally, we're continuing to annualize years of harvest report data to build out these patterns. So we've processed our harvest report data every year very diligently. We're required to do this through the 2007 Inland Consent Decree. But you know that the inland program has been around for almost 20 years now. Like, that's a quite incredible data set, and in some ways, we have stronger data sets than the state for a lot of harvest within the 1836. And so we can really start to look at those long-term trends with our own tribal member harvest data. Next slide. On the coastal side of things, we're going to continue working to recover black tern populations in Muskong. And black terns, this is the photo on the bottom right. When they fly, they often look like bats. They've got a really interesting flight pattern. And you might be like, what the heck is a black tern? But they're a really cool colonial nesting bird that they serve as a really good indicator for the health of a wetland. And so instead of trying to understand or conduct research and monitoring on every single species out there, black terns have been identified as a species that's threatened. They're facing declines across the state of Michigan, but they're also a good representative for understanding the impacts that non-native species, such as invasive cattail or other plants and or contaminants are having on the broader bird populations out there. So we'll continue monitoring work, understanding nest success, nest predation, as well as putting out some nesting platforms. Something really interesting about black terns is traditionally they build their nests on floating bulrush. Their nests look like a clump of plant material in the river. Like, it does not look like much at all, and it seems really tenuous. And sometimes it is, especially if you get big freighter wakes or seiche events and waves. Interestingly, in Muskong, where we've seen this explosion of non-native cattail over the past few years, non-native cattail is generally not great for black terns. However, the cattail that we've cut in invasive species management and left there, they're using for nesting material, which is like just great, I guess. Like, what's that? Yeah, so we cut it below the surface and it essentially drowns the plants. So the plants eventually die, but we're not hauling the plant material off site. So it's floating and it's collecting. It's actually getting hung up in the living plants, but it's creating a pretty stable nesting area for them, which is just like, yeah, kind of an unexpected benefit of that work. Building on this, ultimately, while it's good to see the cattail being used in a positive way by some nesting birds, bulrush is actually kind of the golden standard here. And in fact, when we're thinking about Muskong and that's definitely an Anishinaabe word, Muskong Bay was the Bay of Rushes. and rushes have been kind of pushed out by non-native cattail. So we're going to be doing some planting work for bulrush in that area and removing some of those invasive cattails. Big picture, oh, sorry, question?
How can you tell an invasive cattail from a regular one?
That would have been okay, that is a good question. 30 years ago, I would have said DNA. Today, unfortunately, I can say that like high 90% is either hybrid or invasive, so almost every single cattail that you're seeing today is non-native. Traditionally, the non-native cattail that we're so used to, that's been here for thousands of years, would not grow. You know how when you see cattail, it's super dense, right? It almost looks like huge grass. Our native cattail would have been like a cattail here, spread out, a cattail here. It would not have been that clumpy and monotypical. And so there's been so much hybridization and or dispersal of the non-native cattail that you almost guaranteed if you see a cattail today in the eastern UP, it's non-native or hybrid with the non-native. I know, bummer, sorry. In the big picture, we're continuing to work with our U.S. Army Corps of Engineers through a board-supported resolution and letter to evaluate dike removal or potential dike removal to restore connectivity in Muskong Bay. On the horizon, on the wildlife forestry side of things, we have recently executed a cooperative agreement with the BIA, and staff will be getting red carded to be involved in fire with our partners out on the Ishkode project, which is a huge step. And if any of you have been to the Big Bear and have seen the signs that say wildlife program is using the track for this hour, it's because our wildlife program manager, Katie Schultz, is taking this very seriously. There's a work capacity test that you must pass to get red carded, and it involves demonstrating that you can carry the material to do this work, which is a 45-pound pack. You got to do it 3 miles of it in 45 minutes. And so staff have been preparing for this work capacity test and taking it like. Katie, not only is she a great wildlife program manager, she's a great coach, and she's really got her team motivated to get red carded because they're all really excited to not just be observers of this work, but to be directly involved in it. And so this is a big step for us, and this is the first year we can do this because of that cooperative agreement with the BIA. As I mentioned with the permitting early, we'll also be updating our forest management plan, including some of those permitting activities for some harvest, and expanding our pre- and post-fire vegetation assessments. Next slide. Now getting into the seeker portion of things for my remaining time, basically. But again, back in 2023, before the Natural Resources Division existed, and before seeker existed as a separate program, the board approved a resolution directing what was then the wildlife program to seek formal relationships and develop MOUs with different universities and federal agencies. So today, we have a number of consortium partners with Sioux Tribe serving as the lead, and Eric Clark is our consortium director. In a partnership with the U.S. Forest Service Northern Research Station, we're cultivating a relationship with them, primarily the Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, and USGS. And this is a really great partnership that comes with funding and will support our Ishkode project and Hemi Boreal Decision Support project work. With the University of Michigan, we finalized an MOU with the School for Environment and Sustainability, which we often just call SEAS, in 2024. And to date, Seeker and the Natural Resources Division have been involved in multiple projects with them, including working with 12 master's students on a Monoman Stewardship Planning project and some land rematriation projects. We currently have a master's student, Sarah, Sioux Tribe member, and she's working on the Ishkode project. Recently defended her master's and will be going on to a PhD program. And we're also working with a PhD student, Jason Hagani, who's working to understand wolf biology to support our work. Next slide. Additional consortium partners include MSU, Northern Michigan University, and Ohio University. Seeker first developed an MOU with Michigan State to begin this work, and then drafted and executed a new MOU with MSU in early 2024. A lot of this work has focused on snowshoe hare, as well as decision support projects for large landscape level planning projects. And we worked with one Sioux Tribe member as an undergraduate researcher on migratory bird occupancy in the St. Mary's last academic year. He was formerly an intern through the education program, and he's coming back this year as a field tech, and our hope is that he comes on long-term as a Seeker graduate student as well. In fact, I don't know when school's out, but I think he's starting in the next few weeks. Yeah. Additionally, we're working with Northern Michigan University on fox biology, which is just awesome. I say that given my name, but we're working to understand gray and red fox distribution across the 1836. And I think this is an important partnership because Northern Michigan is the only university within the 1836, I guess before last year, that actually had master's programs. LSSU does have a new master's program in the natural resources realm, but prior to that, it was only Northern Michigan. And then finally, we have an MOU with Ohio University, and this is focused on snowshoe hare genetics and climate change. Next slide. A few projects that are ongoing include our Great Lakes Basin Monoman Stewardship Plan, as well as our Tribal Forest Protection Act Agreement. I've touched a bit on each of these, but the Great Lakes Monoman Stewardship Plan is focused on region-wide, and I'm talking BIA region-wide, Monoman planning, considering what policy actions need to be taken, what are the biggest questions remaining for Monoman conservation and restoration, etc. We hosted a workshop at Kuwaitan in November of 2025. I've talked a lot about our Tribal Forest Protection Act Agreement, which includes all of the Shkode project work, and this continues to be a partnership between our wildlife program and the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience, balancing those direct management with research questions that we have. Next slide. Eric has a lot going on in Seeker, so another texty one. The photo on the left here, this is a really beautiful orchid that we actually found at the Shingle Bay Preserve that Sioux Tribe now cares for again. So this is on Sioux Tribe property, but this is from when we were out there last year with our traditional medicine team. Other projects that Seeker is involved in include developing interagency adaptive decision support processes. Eric Clark's name all over this one, right? But what we're thinking about here, and it's actually very impressive, we just had a workshop last week. We have brought federal, state, and all of the other Cora tribes to the table to think big picture about changing what restoration of forest or what fire to these forests looks like. And Sioux Tribe's at the lead. And usually we're joining someone else, well, not usually. In the past, we've often joined somebody else's table. But here we're actually convening the table and identifying shared priorities and helping to push this work forward. Additionally, with the Global Land Restoration Fund, we're working on strategic land acquisition opportunities. We just had the opportunity to share some of these potential futures with the board yesterday, and so we'll continue that work. And then finally, Seeker has also been working on this Reimagining Conservation Finance project. And here we're trying to think about stewardship and similar to carbon markets, how can we create sustainable sources of revenue by doing the work that we as Anishinaabe are so well suited to do in terms of conservation and restoration of these landscapes. Next slide. Coming up for Seeker, we'll continue working through that Hemiboreal Decision Support Project with the Cora tribes, the feds, and the state agencies. We'll continue working on conservation finance, that reimagining conservation finance work that I mentioned, as well as strategic land acquisition, and then supporting applied wildlife research. And much of this, again, in cooperation with our wildlife program on American marten, gray wolves, moose, gray and red fox, etc. Next slide. As I wrap up, I just want to mention, I think I've maybe spat out a few of our funding sources here, but the work that the Natural Resources Division relies on, we're proud to go after this money, and we're glad that it comes in, but it's really dependent on external funding. And much of this comes from the BIA, EPA, and U.S. Forest Service, in addition to the other partners listed here. I've got a bit of a summary of that on the next page. So in terms of thinking about okay, I've just shared a bunch of examples of the work that we're doing and some highlights, but it means we're managing 59 cost centers with funding from federal agencies, private and federal collaborations, and tribal support. 4% of our annual funding is funded by tribal support, and that supports the work that I do. Our fiscal year 25 budgets included over $262,000 in indirect expenses. I say that, I haven't reconciled what was actually pulled, right? That was the budgeted amount. But we continue to try to reduce our reliance on tribal support as much as we can. And in the past, I know fisheries program pulled more from tribal support, but we're doing our best to identify, again, sustainable revenue sources, grant funding. I mean, I think I get teased often because I come to the board a lot because I'm often asking for permission to apply to grants. But again, like without that, everything I've shared today would not be possible at all. Next slide. This is building on that. Brandy MacArthur, our grants manager, put together a slide. I put in the loon. But between July and December, we submitted one brand new grant proposal, but then completed 5 grant applications, so 6 there. During that time period, we were awarded 10 new grants worth nearly $2.5 million. Brandy, as our grants manager, working with program managers, helped to manage all of these, which included 49 NRD grants, about $5 million in grant funding. And again, there's that indirect number. I think something that comes up often is there are a number of funding pools that we'll go back to repeatedly, but they're like technically one-time competitive funding sources. Sometimes they're for a year project, sometimes they're for a 3-year project, but everyone is different. And so I know, like recently going through the budgets, asked a few questions, but most of these are one-time funding sources that we can't necessarily rely on. So they're competitive, so our staff spend a lot of time applying. And then again, I've shared past challenges and opportunities here. As you can imagine, there's quite a bit of administrative work that goes into this. And so building up capacity on the admin arm there would be really important. We are incredibly excited, though, that we are moving into our new natural resources building starting tomorrow. And we'll be doing that over the next month and a half. The motor pool building is not ready for our field staff or labs yet, but some of us get to move into the office building starting tomorrow, and that has been something I know that's been on the board's radar for years and years. Once we actually have the final move-in date for the second building, so they're both all done, we will have a grand opening, and we'd love to invite the board and conservation committee and community members. Maybe we can have a cookout or something, or host one of our conservation committee meetings out there. That's all I had for you. I'm a minute over, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Questions, Lana?
Well, I'm just going to make a comment, I guess, and then a question. You know, with all the bad stuff, and you guys are not only are you so professional, so good at what you do, you're wordy, and we get plenty of information, and it's really good information because when all this, you know, you read all this stuff and you hear all this stuff, and this is all really good things that you guys are doing, and it's very exciting to see the enthusiasm that you have and the way that you always give kudos to your staff. And so you tell them that you did justice when it comes to how you presented what they're doing. And it's just nice to see. First, 3 spined steelback.
Stickleback.
Stickleback.
They're just a little guy.
Do they really have 3 spines?
Spines?
Yeah.
I think skeletally.
Oh, spikes.
Spine.
Spine, yeah.
I know, but they got spikes that come out of them, right?
Oh, that is
We
weird.
could probably Google one.
Yeah.
Well, I had one at the cabin, and I sent it when Amanda worked for conservation.
Okay, yeah.
I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
3-spined stickleback.
Yep.
Stickleback.
Stickleback are interesting because they're often one of the
Glad I
species that
didn't
gets
step
studied
on
a lot for genetics.
I don't
And
know
what
about
page
this
is the
thing.
red back? What is that, the red card that your staff's working on?
Yep, that should be in the wildlife on the horizon.
On the horizon, okay. Because I'm kind of bragging to some of the parents about what their batty kids are doing. Anyways, I just wanted to say that, you know, it took us a long time to build up. I remember when I first got on the board 20 years ago, you know, we struggled with things, and it's built up to what it is, and this is not taken away from anything else in the tribe, but you guys are on such a good path, and when we hear about the good things that are happening with the tribe, when this goes online, and, you know, people just don't get what we're doing and what the tribe's doing and what your staff's doing, so, you know, good job. Really good job, yep.
Probably see my face turning red, but we have a team that really cares about the work that we do, and I think that makes all the difference.
Any more questions, Kim?
I want to ditto what Lana was saying too, and thank you for such a good presentation. And have you named the loon, the old guy?
His name is ABJ, which stands for Adult Banded as a Juvenile, but now I've kind of just started to say it as one word. If he has a chick this year, it would be his 33rd, which was my basketball number, so kind of a big deal. I keep wanting to tell you about the work. We're working on creating formal partnerships with CNE, including loon monitoring and a formal co-stewardship agreement. And should ABJ have chicks this year, it's very likely that the Natural Resources Division will be involved in banding them,
Good.
which is very
And
exciting.
then, did you take a lot of the pictures in this presentation?
I did, our trail cameras did, and our team did. These are all from our work, yep.
Yeah, and tell your team thank you, too.
Thank you.
Like Lana said, yous are all very passionate about everything yous do.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Rob?
First of all, miigwech, Danny. I'm really happy to have you in your position, and I think you're doing a great job, and as well as your team. The Natural Resources Department is one of our departments that we really don't have to worry about at the board. You guys are really self-sufficient. Everything you bring forward is pretty much a yes unanimously, so thank you guys for all the work you put in. The one question I do have is about the orchard. I was wondering if the Food Sovereignty Committee, it sounds like they've included you. So that's an initiative that I brought forward, and thank you to all 5 Unit 1 directors for approving that, because that was unanimous. So every one of them deserve credit on it. But we approved it, I think, last fall and moved it
Was
to the
at that
food.
board meeting?
Yeah, we moved it to the food sovereignty. Well, we approved it before that, and then we used the board meeting to move it officially over to the Food Sovereignty Committee. But I was hoping that there would be some movement on it this year, and I don't know if they had worked with you on a time frame for soil sampling. I know they have a couple places possibly picked out for it. So I was just wondering if there's any update from you, or if it's better that I ask the Food Sovereignty Committee on a timeline.
I can check in with, I mentioned Nick earlier, and he's been the one that's been working with Larry. I should have bought specifics. I'm not sure if they've already collected samples or if that's something that they can do now that the snow's melted.
Okay, yeah, I talked to him when the snow was still up, so there's probably a better answer now, so, okay, thank you.
That doesn't take that long, right?
Oh, awesome.
So.
Yeah, no, I was hoping we just didn't move too far past the point of where we could actually start planting this year.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think so.
okay, thank you, Danny.
Any other questions? I don't see any hands online.
Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. Excellent
Thanks,
job. And up next, we have Recreation with Tammy Graham.
Good afternoon. As Jess said, Tammy Graham with the Recreation Division. The semi-annual report will cover July through December of 2025. So various recreation activities are available to Sioux Tribe members in the 7-county service area. Here's some of the statistics for that reporting period. So Little Bear, East Arena, and St. Ignace, there was 2,215 visits at the fitness center. At Northern Michigan University in Marquette, there were 66 new memberships established at their fitness center. Northern Lights YMCA in Escanaba had 1,649 visits at the fitness center and the pool. And Lake Superior State here in the Sioux had just over 2,000 visits in their fitness center, specifically the SAC. And then Manistee Pool, there was 42 visits. And lastly on there's Little Bear West Arena, where there was 88 skaters during that time frame. We do put together a wellness and recreation guide that includes all those services and updated as best we can seasonally. The following events and activities were hosted for facility tenants and the adjoining child care center. The Language and Cultural Division didn't have any sessions during this reporting period. However, YEA had 13 gym sessions, and they also had 2 skating sessions. And then the Ansuget Early Childhood Center had 37 play sessions and also held a graduation celebration at the facility. The facility hosted a variety of activities with our Sioux Tribe departments as well, so I'll highlight a few of those. On September 17th, with the training department, they did their first mental health first aid class, and our recreation staff attended that, as well as other departments within the tribe. And on September 25th, we hosted Behavioral Health Recovery Walk. The photo on the bottom left is from that event. There was 250 participants for that. October 7th, a Community Health Harvest Your Health Fair was also at the facility with over 300 participants. October 18th, we were able to host the Advocacy Resource Center's Halloween party. There's a photo there in the middle, and they had over 300 participants at that event. And I'll jump down to December. We had the Children's Christmas Party. That's the last photo on the page, and there was over 350 at that event. And the last day of the year, we hosted the Language and Cultural Division's New Year's Eve sobriety powwow. The facility also hosted various events and activities with community organizations. It's a long list, so again, I'll just highlight some of them. On July 10th, we had our Feeding America food distribution. This is an event that we do monthly, so you'll see that on there on each month. A new event on July 25th to the 28th, we hosted the Lakeshore Junior Lumberjacks Hockey Retreat. There's a group from Muskegon that came to the area and had some hockey practices throughout the day and then explored the community while the kids stayed in town. Let's go August 11th to 28th, we hosted the All Styles, All Occasions Dance Program Editions. On August 20th, we had a new event. It was the UP-CAP VA dental presentation, so that brought in probably 100 attendees that hadn't been in the facility before, so it was nice having a new event. September 13th, we hosted Sioux Michigan Hockey Association's Try Hockey for Free. This is a great event where kids get to come and check the sport out and see if that's something they'll partake in. October 4th and 5th, LSSU's women's hockey team played Aquinas College at our facility. And then in October, there's 3 weekends in a row where we host various Boo and the Sioux hockey tournaments, and you can see from the stats, it brings quite a few players and spectators to the community that frequent the various hotels, including Quaden and restaurants in our town. In November, we had Michigan Amateur Hockey Association's Jamboree. This is a bunch of 6- and 8-year-olds, and they use both rinks at the facility and also divide it in half and have 4 games going at a time, so very busy event at the place. Another new event we had in December is LSSU Student Life Engagement Group had an event at our facility. There's a photo on the bottom left. They're able to just take time away from studying for the exams and do some fun things at the facility, so it's nice having that group on board this year as well. December 7th, we had a Skate with Santa fundraiser. That's the photo on the bottom right. Great opportunity for parents to get pictures with Santa, and again, it's a fundraiser. And then December 14th, we had Precision Edge. They did a holiday gathering, which was nice. They bring their staff and families to the facility and do skating and various things. And we also had Raina Recycling, new this year, do a holiday gathering, same type of thing where they have food and do skating with their staff and families. And then annually, we've done this, as far as I remember, since the facility's open, the International House Party does a holiday skate. It's a week-long activity that takes place out of Cedarville, but they do various activities while they're in town, and they've been coming to the facility to skate during that time. Some more community events and programs. Drop-in basketball and volleyball, 268 participants, just over 55% were Sioux Tribe members. And public skating, 1,751, with 30% of those being Sioux Tribe members. And for our stick and puck program, there's 390 during that reporting period, and 29.2% were Sioux Tribe members. We also had tot zones and family fun nights during that time with 94 participants, and pickleball as well, where there was 34 participants. And during those 6 months, we had 103 parties, celebrations, meetings, and trainings. You can see the breakdown by each of the months. It is a little slower in July and August because people will be outside with their celebrations, but you can see it picks up in September, October, and November. I mean, November was quite busy with 32 birthday parties alone, so very busy on the weekends with that. And here's some more statistics for the various sports for private rentals and drop-in activities. JKL basketball had 22 practices. We had 28 volleyball sessions. There were 75 pickleball sessions. Our cheerleading program had 39 sessions. The dance program was there for 93 sessions. And then new in 2025, we contracted with Torque Boxing, who were their new home of their program, and they had 22 sessions during that time. And the administration department completed various tasks. We did collaborate with Sioux Tribe Behavioral Health this year to purchase a variety of equipment through a grant that their program offered. The 2 photos on the left and the middle on the bottom are supplies that were purchased. So you can see some activity tables and then additional snowshoes. We use those for various events, tot zones, family fun days, our youth program. We've had other tribal departments use that equipment as well. A big project was working with IT security, Sioux Tribe law enforcement, and our facility tenants to implement a new surveillance system in the facility. We participated in the wayfinding project team to develop a plan for the 7-county service area, and that's coming to fruition now. I think the board's been updated on that. Also distributed LSSU athletic tickets for volleyball, basketball, and hockey. We did establish a new beverage vendor in the facility so we could align with Quaiden Casino for better pricing. Just a photo there on the bottom of the new vending machines. And for 2025, the facility required $2,582 less in tribal support than we had projected. For the Buildings Operations Department, they completed many tasks as well. They installed new counters and a turbo air system in the concession area due to that aging equipment. They installed some LED lights in the Olympic rink for special events. That was part of the grant that I mentioned earlier. Also worked with the HVAC contractor to install the new dehumidifier system and various other equipment. And then they installed rubber flooring in the elevator. There's a photo there on the bottom left. And then each year we change which rink we're taking ice and putting ice on. And during that reporting period, they installed the ice on the NHL rink. The retail area sold a total of 738 accessories. That's your basic tape, laces, pucks, mouth guards. Also sharpened 185 pair of skates and just over $5,000 in revenue. Those items are just available at our reception desk when staff are there, or there's an event coordinator on site to make those sales. The concession area was leased to the Sioux Eagles Booster Club to provide the food and beverage services to our facility staff, tenants, and patrons. The facility still retains the beverage machines, as was mentioned previously, and during that time, we sold 963 bottles, just over $2,000 in revenue from the pop sales. Going to some upcoming projects for the administration. We're working on implementing additional program for the seniors. Some of it we have, cardio drumming. The photo on the bottom left is from that, and we've been working with the Elder Division to get participation from their program over to the facility to participate with that, and then offering a new stick and puck program this month, actually, that started. Also working with Lake State to implement the registration for the summer athletic camps. Hopefully those get launched this week, just working on some final details. We'll be meeting with our 2 home hockey teams, the Sioux High Blue Devils and the Sioux Indians AAA team for their upcoming season to finalize those plans. Also be working with the planning department to update our strategic plan. And then a big thing for our planning this year is, I think we talked about it before, but it's 30-year anniversary for the Big Bear. So the doors opened on 9/27 of '96. So, and working with the culture department on some activities. Going to reach out to Health Division and Education, who are tenants in the facility. But some ideas are photo displays, banners with memories, complimentary events. Going to try to do a month-long celebration to engage the community and get people involved with the facility. So I can't believe it's been 30 years myself. But the other thing that we're also doing is we're partnering with LSSU. I'm sure people are aware, but they're replacing their ice rink. So from now until September, all their hockey teams will be skating out of the Big Bear, so we can accommodate their men's and women's club teams and then their Division I hockey team as well. Maintenance projects, with the facility being 30 years old, we always have maintenance projects ongoing. So we're looking to implement a maintenance scheduling software, which is done on the iPad, so there'll be electronic work orders. We're going to begin installing, we actually have done a little bit, but LED lighting throughout the facility to reduce our energy bills, and we're working with Cloverland on rebates on that project, so that's been ongoing and will continue. We're working with the Transportation Department to install fencing around the retention pond. That's underway. They had the engineers involved a couple weeks ago, so should have an update on that soon. Also working with the Purchasing Department to install fencing around the playground at the facility. Photo of the playground on the bottom there. I wish it was as nice and sunny as that photo is, but we're not there yet. Also updating hospitality room with painting blinds and cord management. You can see there in the photo in the middle, we tidied that room up a little bit. And then planning to complete the HVAC upgrade project. There's a picture of one of the units that's on the roof on the right. They're quite large. And I'll go through some events that are well, it says upcoming, but with the timing of the report, some of these have already taken place. But in January, there was 15 parties and celebrations. Total for the reporting period, we had 87 that either happened or are scheduled, if we haven't got to them yet. We've had the Boy Scouts holiday party, lots of tot zones. There's a couple pictures there from one of the tot zones. It was a pirate theme, so you can see some of the decor there on the two photos. Sioux Tribe, DNR, they had their meeting there in January. We have a lot of schools, you'll see that repetitively, but Brimley schools, Malcolm schools had their fun day. Also had the Girl Scouts cookie rally at the facility. Hosted YA's Family STEM Night. That Raina Recycling did a team building exercise. You can see there's multiple hockey tournaments and hockey games throughout in January as well. In February, we had Sioux Tribe Snowshoe event with Community Health. We do the Katie Robinson Showcase. I think it's the 5th year of it. The two gals pictured with the sweatshirts are from that event, and it's a female hockey player celebration to honor the late Katie Robinson. They raise money for scholarships for future hockey players. Additional tot zones, couple pictures on the right. Love the little guy on the logo that's on the new gym floor on the top right, and I think it was a Valentine's theme for that one. You see the mom there with the child on the bottom as well. Precision Edge training at the facility. It was our first year hosting Sioux area schools since they combined the schools, so it actually took 2 days to get those kids through the facility with the various activities. Michigan State Extension did a 4-H event at our facility, and Pickford Public Schools returned for a fun day as well. March, we had the Maha State Midget Tournament. In the center there is our local team that's won back-to-back state championships at the facility. Lots of Sioux Tribe members on that team the last 2 years, so that's nice to see. We hosted My Michigan Family Day. Danny mentioned this earlier, the Sioux Tribe Wildlife Training. I can attest that her staff member is a great coach of moving those guys and gals around the track with those weight packs on. So, and we also had Whitefish Township School in March as well. On to April, Sioux area lacrosse is at the facility with their spring sessions. We had the Hiawatha Skating Club. Our Youth Spring League began. Just hosted the ACFS Family Fun Night, which is a very well-attended event at the facility. Les Chenaux schools also came to the facility. We've annually hosted the Sioux area schools required meeting at the facility, and we also hosted the first program directors meeting at the facility at the end of April, so it's nice to have peers in the facility. It's been a while. A lot of people have been over, so. And then on to May. I mentioned earlier the Senior Stick and Puck program got underway. We also have Sioux area Soccer Association at the facility having meetings. The middle school is going to come for fun days too, 1 day for 7th, 1 day for 8th. Upcoming here next weekend is Sioux Tribe Behavioral Health Recovery Gala. That's back at the facility. And we've got Lower Stam Hockey School. Suquat Preschool will have their graduation at the facility. And we also have Bay Mills Family Services training scheduled at the end of May. And then lastly for June, Brimley. I think almost every EUP school is at the facility doing some type of fun day, so we have them coming. Early childhood graduation will happen there. Hiawatha Behavioral Health will have a meeting at the facility. Then we will host our open house for summer rec, and the program will get underway on June 15th, just around the corner. And that's all I have. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to share our team's accomplishments at the facility for the last 6 months.
Thanks, Tammy. Do we have any questions from the board?
30 years make you feel old?
Considering I was there before the doors opened, yes.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive. Samuel had voiced to me he wasn't even born yet. And he said earlier he was pretty impressed. I hope you don't mind me telling. He was pretty impressed about all the things that the tribe is doing. We don't ever get an opportunity to hear all this good stuff that really goes on when we're at this table. It's usually questions, and like Rob said, there's questions and we're bringing up issues and asking for money. So we never get an opportunity to hear all of this good stuff. And I'm glad we brought this back so the membership can see it on the services that we can provide and what the tribe actually, the good stuff, the nice things that the tribe actually does. And, I just hope that, we're building our new fitness, recreation, youth center down in Hessel. And I can only hope that we have the same successes that Big Bear has had up here. I hope we can collaborate with our YEA and our education department. And, that can be a vision that we can get to something like this with Big Bear, because you guys do a good job. And I know I speak for everybody. It's just a really good thing. And we've come a long, long way, so.
Thank you.
Rob?
Yeah, thank you, Tammy. And off what Lana said is that a lot of times the community doesn't really get to see everything that we do in each of our departments. And I was once guilty of this because before my first election, I was actually critical of the Big Bear. And within a couple months of office, it turned into they need to do more to I need to shut up and promote what they're doing, because there was a whole lot more going on than I knew as a average citizen. And then when elected, to see everything that you guys do over there was like, I was wrong in that one. So I think this is really good that the members get to see everything that's going on. And like I requested earlier, is that we post these for members to see, because I think it's really important that we spend a lot more time promoting the good things that all of you guys do. And we have a new PR person coming on, so hopefully that could be part of what they do too. So thank you.
Yep, thank you. I just want to repeat what they said, except I'm not going to take up any more of your time. But yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, Tammy. Great job. Up next, we have the Education Division with Stephanie Sprecher.
Hi, everybody. Stephanie Sprecher, Education Director. While she's pulling that up, I just want to thank you all for allowing me to take time to be here today. In my presentation, when we start out, I feel that the Education Division is so large, and as you mentioned, not everybody knows what's going on. I know that we did do a quarterly review where we only discussed our services last time, not necessarily the statistics, but I feel it important in the very first part of my presentation. You will see some slides that just kind of give a brief overview again of our structure and how we are set up, and then we will move into each department and notable highlights for the second part of 2026. We good? Okay, next slide, please. This first slide here, as I mentioned, I'm going to do a brief overview, contains a summarized organizational chart that make up our division. When you start at the top left, you will see 3 separate programs that are administered directly out of the Education Director's office. This includes the Tribal Education Department Grant Program, the Youth Development Fund, and the Sioux Tribe Internship Program. In the bottom, you will see our 5 departments: the Youth Education Activities, Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, or WIOA, Higher Education, Adult Education, and then our Early Childhood Education Program. Each of these departments has a manager and/or administrative staff who oversees the daily operations. Next slide. On this next slide, you're going to see a breakdown. I took each department, including the administrative office, and did a brief overview of services provided. I will just do a brief summary here. Out of the Education Director's office, I oversee all of the managers and the daily operations of all 5 programs and those 3 that we talked about previously, as well as legislative items, school outreach. We are physically on deck helping these programs every day. The list would be a mile long, so that's just what we're going to recap the administrative office there with the help of my team. Moving on to early childhood education, we have a child care program, Head Start and Early Head Start. And we are going to go into these in a little bit more detail later. I just wanted to do a brief recap here. Higher education, we have several funding sources here: our Unmet Needs Grants Program, Scholarship Program, our Self-Sufficiency Incentive Awards. We also provide assistance to students on the Michigan Indian Tuition Waiver, FAFSA, and other technical assistance for students needing help. They can call anytime. Adult education, is our alternative high school completion, as well as GED classes. And then in our WIOA program, we have the youth employment program, senior employment, work experience, which is another youth employment, it is during the school year, classroom training, and then on-the-job training. And then lastly but not least is our YEA program. We have our core routine programming that occurs across each area for our summer and then our school and after-school programming, and then each unit has multiple different coordinated cultural activities. Moving on, I felt it was important, I did have the slide in the previous presentation, but to quickly review the Sioux Tribe Education scope of services. We do have physical presence across all 5 units in the service area, and we have a total of 124 employees. We provide funding for it through our higher education department also for certain programs for our at-large members, and we're actively looking for other ways we can support those members as well. As we move into program highlights for July through December of last year, I did want to start out with some notable highlights from the administrative team. As I mentioned earlier, each day our team works directly in the day-to-day operations across our entire division upon request and as needed. This includes providing hands-on physical assistance and then again helping manage the overall administrative and fiscal operations. Aside from these day-to-day operations and working together with our programs, our office is responsible for many other larger tasks. On this slide, we're going to briefly review some of those larger scale items or tasks that were accomplished during the last 6 months of last year. Starting off, we have some legislative items. Starting with the first bullet, our team worked with the chairman and legislative team to develop and submit written consultation, specifically in response to an executive order signed by President Trump titled Expanding Educational Freedom and Opportunity for Families or a School of Choice. We also worked on submitting comments on the use of various elementary and secondary education funds that JKL Bawading receives. We monitored ongoing developments last year during the government shutdown, ensuring that that shutdown would not impact our operations. And then another legislative item that was not placed on this slide that did take place was helping write a white paper for the chairman to deliver to the governor at the 2025 Tribal State Summit in the fall. This white paper focused on the need for policy to address data sharing agreements between local and state education agencies and our tribal nations. Moving down to school outreach, our team continued efforts to improve this area, meeting with 4 different district superintendents and/or Title VI programs in the last few months of the year. This include the EUP ISD, Pickford, Rudyard, and the Sioux. I attended the Tri-County Superintendents Meeting for Luce, Mackinac, Chippewa counties in November, and it's really important to be at the table for those discussions as well. We also we do a lot of work, as I mentioned earlier when we wrote the white paper, on improving data collection across the state and across the nation. Tribal students have historically been underrepresented, so we met as a team trying to figure out ways to help develop more legislation and improve those data sharing agreements. This is a larger scale problem. I serve as a designee for CMTED, the Confederation of Michigan Tribal Education Departments, with the Michigan Department of Education and CEPI, which is the Center for Educational Performance and Information, to really work with the state on how we can improve and possibly pass policy so that this data is required. There have been some recent improvements and requirements, but to really make sure that we have those total numbers to help our students. Lastly, on the slide here is the approval in October, which has been so helpful. It's only been a few months, but the board approved in October, given the workload and our goals for an assistant education director position. We hired Ashley Melke in that position. She accepted in November, but she did not start until January of this year. The education director position also sits on many different committees, boards, and advisory groups to support our students. I'm just going to go over a few here that were active and had meetings held in the last part of the year. The first is the EUP Promise Zone Authority Board. This brand new scholarship program is being administered by the EUP ISD, and it will provide financial assistance to eligible local, so local as in for Bay Mills and Lake State students to obtain a technical or vocational certification or an associate's degree free of charge from BMCC or partial tuition at LSSU. This is just really getting going, and the next academic year, this will roll out, and you will see this is great because this is an additional funding source for our students in this area. The second group is the Outdoor Discovery and Exploration Station Advisory Group. That is a tongue-tire there. This group was established by Sioux Schools, and it is tasked with guiding the design and development process of a new outdoor play area that will be located on the M129 Sioux Township building. Our role in this is to ensure that the play area reflects the needs and values of the tribal community, especially regarding cultural responsiveness, accessibility, and health equity. I believe this is scheduled to be done in the summer, this summer? Yes, this summer this should be done. There's an outdoor classroom. It's really going to enhance that area, and our early childhood education, our YA students can go out there and utilize that as well. The Confederation of Michigan Tribal Education Departments, I mentioned this earlier. This is an executive council, and it's composed of each tribal education director for all 12 of our Michigan federally recognized tribes. Our purpose in this role is to ensure accurate representation of Indigenous history, culture, and perspectives in K through 12 education. We serve as the co-governance partners of the Michigan Department of Education to develop and review education policy, promote tribal sovereignty, and provide vetted resources. In the fall, I was designated by CMTED to sit on a group that met with the state of Michigan while they were searching for the new state superintendent to ensure that the priorities of the tribes were at the forefront in their selection process. Lastly on the slide, stemming off of CMTED, is a focus group that I was also designated to sit on, which is composed of MyLeap, which is the Michigan Lifelong Education Advancement and Potential. And we met with MyLeap to ensure that the best practices are established for working with tribal communities. When we are able and our schedules allow and our team members can be present, we do our best to be involved in various community events across the service area. In the fall, we had presence at 3, and these are listed on the slide. And in mid-September, we attended the Marquette Community Center grand opening. We also attended an event called the Dad's Cafe, which is facilitated by MDHHS, provides resources to local males and fathers in helping them in their education and career. On September 25th, we partook in the Sioux Tribe Behavioral Health Recovery Walk. It's very important for us to be at these, and we'd like to get involved in more. We only know what we know, so if there's events that anybody would like our presence at, please reach out to our office. As shown in the org chart earlier, on the top left, there was those 3 programs that's managed directly out of my office. One of these programs is our Youth Development Fund, which helps families pay for activities that support the 4 directions of the medicine wheel. These 4 directions are academic, emotional, physical, and/or cultural growth for our youth. Families can receive a maximum of $250 per calendar year per eligible youth. In last year, from July through December, this fund provided financial assistance to 195 of our youth. A second program managed directly by administration is the Summer Internship Program. This program provides real-world experience to college students, helping them build their valuable skills in preparation for permanent employment after graduation. Our interns work full-time for 10 weeks, with last year their last day was on August 15th. They worked a lot, but as you can see in these pictures, they also played just as hard. On this slide are pictures of our interns partaking in several extracurricular activities, including visiting the Valley Camp Museum, playing mini golf, and preparing to kayak through the St. Mary's and the Sioux Loch. So that was really, really cool. We do our best to keep them busy, engaged, learning, but also having fun. Last summer went very well. We hope to have a lot of those interns back that graduated for permanent employees in the future, and we are working on opening, or their first day for this summer is on June 8th, so we're getting ready for that program to kick off this summer. The third program managed out of my office is the Tribal Education Department grant, which is funded by the Bureau of Education, Indian Education. Last year, the winter or spring 2025 scholarship application period opened in June, and awards were released to students at the end of August. There were 268 $1,000 scholarships awarded for that semester. In July of last year, we were awarded additional dollars into year extension from the BIA, and with that additional pot of money, we were able to provide and open a summer scholarship round. In that round, we were able to administer 55 scholarships. Unfortunately, due to the available funding after the summer semester, as I've mentioned before, we were not able to provide scholarships for the fall 2025 semester, and so far not for the winter or spring semester. We did receive notice last month that we will be receiving additional dollars during this fiscal year, which ends on September 30th. So please keep a lookout at our website and on our Facebook in the near future. We do need to come back to the board to establish or modify that budget, but we are looking to release another round before September 30th of scholarships. Okay, now we will be moving into our department updates. The first department we will cover is our higher education department. This department offers several different funding programs for our Sioux Tribe students. Each program does have different eligibility criteria depending on the funding source. During the second half of 2025, there were 4 programs administered either ending or simultaneously that then went into the early 2026. The first listed here on this slide was the 2025 to 2026 scholarship program. Before we get into the data of the program, I do believe it's important to note the changes that were made here last year by the board in July 2025. The board approved changes to this program which significantly improved our processing time. The goal was to improve processing so recipients received their scholarships earlier in the semester. The most impactful change was making eligibility for all scholarships the same. Historically, eligibility for each scholarship was very specific due to the request of private funders. So for example, some scholarships required students to be enrolled in very specific degree programs, live or reside in different units. There was even one that required a certain blood quantum. And those are just a few of the examples. There were dozens of different eligibility criteria. But over time, that private funding was depleted, and all the scholarships became financially supported by our tribe through our Sioux Tribe Golf Scholarship funds. So this then allowed us to set that general eligibility criteria. We just actually opened this program for the upcoming academic year, and now tribal members applying for this program must only be an enrolled Sioux Tribe member, enrolled full or part-time, in undergraduate or graduate school, or trade school student in the U.S. This program is, I want to remind our tribal members, very competitive with students submitting essays for selection. Last year, for the 2025 to 2026 scholarship program, we had 215 students apply, and we were able to award 66 scholarships. I do want to quickly review the allocation there. You'll see on the slide, 20% were graduate recipients, 76 undergraduate, 5% trade or vocational. Depending on the application trends each year, this could adjust a little bit, but this is what they were last year. With the improvements that the board approved last year, we were able to improve the time frame by 3 months, and that's a huge improvement when students are waiting on their funding. So this is working, and we are working this way for this upcoming school year. The last 3 programs administered through higher education during the last half of 2025 was the Fall 2025 and Winter 2026 Unmet Needs Grants Program, and then also the Fall 2025 Self-Sufficiency Awards. The grant application period for the Fall 2025 program opened mid-August, and that closed in early October. There were 144 applications submitted with 90 grants awarded, totaling close to $70,000. In this program, we also improved processing time from the last semester by 2 months, with checks released in late October. This program, the Winter 2026 Grants Program, opened for the winter-spring semester, so the semester just closing out in mid-December with a deadline of January 30th. Because this ended in the beginning of July, or 2026, we will review this at the next semi-annual presentation, all the statistics on that. The fourth program administered the second half of 2025 was the Fall 2025 Self-Sufficiency Awards, and those awards are given to students who receive or earn a grade of C or better during the fall semester each year. Deadline submission for this was again in January, so we will review the data on that at the next semi-annual presentation. Higher education, as I mentioned before, also provides several other services and assistance to our students. So as you'll see here, if we don't have an open program, we do our best to guide students to other non-tribal scholarships or other funding sources to guide them in their education. We offer Michigan Indian tuition waiver assistance, as well as FAFSA, college application, and other technical assistance. I would also like to mention the work and composition of our Higher Education Committee. In October 2025, we filled the last vacancy in this committee. You will see here on the slide a list of our current sitting members. We have our chair, who also is our at-large member. It's been very great to have Dr. Kurt Babcock. He is a superintendent down in Muskegon Schools. He does a great job. Our vice chair, Dr. Cheryl Hammock, Rihanna McKechnie, Cheyenne Halapa, and Dr. Aaron Paymont. In the last part of 2025, the committee worked on reviewing and finishing the amendments and some scope changes to the committee, and those were scheduled to go forward to the board in early 2026, and those will also be reviewed at our next report. The next round of highlights we will discuss are for our early childhood education program. This program is largely funded by the Office of Head Start, with early Head Start, and child care options. We have locations in both Sault Ste. Marie and St. Ignace. In the fall, we had a combined total of 112 enrolled children. Full enrollment is 114. We had 2 open slots at our St. Ignace Head Start program that we are working to fill. We are at full capacity in the Sioux, and we currently have a wait list, which we'll review in a little bit, for the Child Care Center program. We are also working right now on enrollment for our next academic year. Over the last year and longer, one of our top priorities has been, and I've talked about it a lot, but improving our recruitment and retention in this program. We are working towards achieving full staffing numbers. Due to new teaching wage grid that the board approved in 2024, along with other internal actions and implemented solutions, we have made great progress. The second bullet here outlines Resolution 2025-210, which was approved by the board in September, and has allowed us to adjust bus driver wages to be competitive with local school districts. Due to this, we were able to fill our St. Ignace bus driver position. This was much needed as our St. Ignace families did not have transportation for almost 3 years due to the wages. On the third bullet, you will see that at the end of the year, we were successfully able to fill our last open lead teacher position. So this is that progress I was talking about. In December, we finally hired this last lead teacher to fill our active classrooms, which has been amazing because now we can start focusing, as I've talked before, about opening 1 to 2 of our vacant classrooms, and we're still looking to do that here over the next several months. Lastly on the slide, we were able to fill the health services supervisor position in December. We still have a few supervisor positions open, but we are getting applications and we are hopeful we will be filling those. The health of the program with the staffing has made great improvements, and I'm thankful for all the staff we have. They do a great job. In August, Community Health performed on-site health screenings for our enrolled students. There were 28 hearing screenings, 29 vision screenings, and 79 dental screenings completed. In the summer, in July and August, the staff was busy preparing for the current academic school year, which began on September 2nd. And in August, staff attended a full-day pre-service trainings on August 28th and 29th. In September, we did receive notice of our award from the Administration for Children and Families, through DHHS, for our Head Start and Early Head Start funding. We are in year 3 of our 5-year award period. In a previous slide, I had mentioned our enrollment number of 112 for this academic year. Head Start is a federal program for preschool children ages 3 to 5. Our Head Start program currently serves 72 children. Early Head Start is a federal program for infants and toddlers ages 0 to 3, and it provides services currently to 34 children. Our center is a licensed child care center that services infant to preschool aged children. If all classrooms were open, the child care center would service 44 children total. Due to the 3 vacant classrooms that we've spoken of that we're looking to open, we do have 36 vacant slots. Right now, we only have 6 enrolled child care students due to that. I do want to again mention, when we look at opening these classrooms, we will be focusing, because you see on the wait list there, 49 on the wait list for 0 to 3. That is the age that we will be focusing on, so we can begin taking some of those children. Listed on this slide are some relevant statistics from our early childhood program for the current academic year. You will see that 90% of our students are American Indian or Alaskan Native, 10% non-Native, 49% are low income, 97.5% of our children have health insurance. That is a great number to see. And disabilities, we have 21% of our children ages 0 to 3 with an individualized family service plan. And we have 27% of children ages 3 to 5 with an individualized education plan. Plus, we have 2 more being referred, or we're in the referral process during this reporting period for evaluation or in an evaluation process. Other notable highlights here, there's quite a bit, so for time's sake, I'll go through some of these. We had 100% family participation in our family partnership agreements. This is really big. We don't just work with the goals of the students. Our family service specialists work with the families to ensure that they have the resources that they need and are meeting their goals as well. The Sioux Fire Department, skipping down, came to visit us for October Fire Prevention Month. We had Santa come in December. We had Santa deliver presents to our students. We had, this is really big, we had 11 team members receive honors or academic achievement accolades for the fall semester at BMCC. I always talk about our partnership there through the HOPE grant and how they help fund the education of our team members. And then we had 10 program families receive Christmas assistance through the Dress Down Fund. So that is huge for our program, and I know our family and our staff really appreciate the Dress Down Committee for that. The next program highlights, or the department highlights that we are going to review, are from our WIOA program. As displayed on this slide, WIOA is a federally funded program designed to help eligible Native Americans access employment and training services to assist them in obtaining and keeping both productive and permanent employment. Just a quick recap, and then we'll go through the statistics of each of these programs. WIOA provides work experience, on-the-job training, classroom training, summer youth employment, and elder employment. The first round of program statistics that we will review for the last 6 months of 2025 includes the Work Experience Program. This program is an after-school employment program for youth ages 14 to 21 years old. The program for this academic year began in October with 14 youth placed, and this program wraps up this month in May. And you'll see on the slide the participating departments. On the job training in this program, the participant and the employer both benefit from this funding. The participant is provided a job, they're learning new skills and valuable skills, while the employer is reimbursed up to 50% of the participant's wages. You do see here that we only have one individual participating in that program. So this is an area we are working on materials right now to do outreach to departments and trying to get more participants, because we should have more participants than that. But we are thankful to help the one employer there, but we are working to expand that.
How many slots are available in that?
I would have to follow up. I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it goes by funding, not necessarily slots, so it would depend on their wages and stuff, so. Okay, moving on to classroom training. This program allows participants to learn skills in an institutional setting to obtain an industry-recognized license or certification. In the last 6 months of the year, there were 6 participants enrolled in this program, and all completed their certificates during this time frame. We had 1 complete their heavy equipment operation certificate, and then 5 obtain their CDLs. Summer youth employment. We are getting ready here soon to start this summer's program. This is a summer employment program offered to youth ages 14 to 24 years old, part-time. Last summer, we had 44 youth participating in this program, all placed across the tribe. The program runs for 10 weeks during the summer months, and the last day last year was August 14th. I do want to note that, like I said, this program is starting up soon this summer, and the deadline to apply was extended is until May 15th for this summer. Elder employment. This program offers part-time employment to Sioux Tribe elders ages 60 or over residing in the service area. You will see the placements there on the screen for July through December last year. Unit 1, we had one at the Sioux Tribe Health Center. We had one assisting working in ACFS in Kinchelo. Unit 2 in Elder Services. Unit 3, St. Ignace Health Center. And in Unit 4, we had one at Gladstone and Manistee Health Center. And Unit 5, we had one in Marquette and Munising Health Center. The next area we will review is our Youth Education and Activities, or YEA program. Here on this slide, you can see our mission statement for that program. So a lot has changed in this program, as you all have heard. I've been here multiple times discussing some changes, but In the last part of 2025, we had at the time our program manager, Lisa Burnside, and 7 coordinators, and then 14 assistants across our service area. As I mentioned, we have added additional staff or are working on it the first part of 2026 due to a recent grant that we were awarded. Those additions will be reviewed at our next semi-annual presentation. In this program, we have offices in 7 locations across the service area: Sault Ste. Marie, Rudyard, Hessel, St. Ignace, Manistee, Escanaba, and Munising. We were able to add staff and lease space now in Marquette, so we're excited to be able to offer routine core programming at Marquette, and we are looking, I just do want to state that there are other areas, as in Unit 2. I know that right now with our hub being in Hessel, we also need to make sure we're in Pickford and we're in Engadine, and so we do service all those students, but we're working on getting the resources to be able to provide that core routine programming across each area. I'm confident we'll get there in time here, and we have identified that and are working diligently on that. From July through December, the total number of students serviced was 3,755 across the areas, and the number of activities provided outside of that core routine programming was 323 activities. Listed here, you will see various community events that our staff and youth participated in, and some pictures. For example, they attend all of our community powwows, they have health fairs, back-to-school events. They love going to our state and county fairs, music in the park, youth leadership conference, which we'll go over in a minute, and the tribal children Christmas parties. One of YEA's largest events held during the second half of the year, as I just mentioned, is the annual Youth Leadership Conference. This year was the 4th annual conference, and it was held on November 21st at Queen Casinos, and this is for students grades 7 through 12. The youth track was facilitated by Tribal Unite, who for the second year taught our students valuable leadership skills that they can apply now and in the future. This year we offered an adult track. It was the second time, and we had educators, administrators, and Title VI staff attend. This was hosted by the Michigan Department of Education's Indigenous Education Initiative. Melissa Isaac came along, as well as the chair of CMTED I talked about earlier. We worked together to develop resources for our educators and our learners, and they came and they did some training on those resources. We have some exciting stuff coming up with them, coming to us and doing some professional development, and looking for us, we will be going into schools and providing these resources, which really help our educators be comfortable and integrate our Anishinaabe ways into their learning. So that's another exciting thing we've been working on. Going back to the Youth Leadership Conference, we had 90 youth participants and 40 adults attend last year, and I do want to state this was nearly double than the year before. So every year this seems to be growing, and we're really excited about that. Another large event that we do through YEA every year is our Youth Empowerment Powwow. It does alternate where we hold it. Last year, in collaboration with the Munising Powwow Committee, we had our youth powwow on Saturday, August 9th at Bay Furnace Campground in Munising. We have not yet announced where this year's will be, but as soon as I know, I will inform all of you, and we're excited to begin planning that as well. The next few slides include site-specific activities that took place from July through December. This slide includes our Sioux and Rudyard sites. Again, for time's sake, I won't read every single activity, but as you can see, as I mentioned, we have core activities that take place, and then we have special activities, and these are just some of the major ones in each area. For example, in Rudyard, you'll see the Senior Native American Literature class. Cool event that I'm trying to get across all areas that the Sioux did or has done for a couple of years is the back to school event, and I know that's really important when our students need supplies. We were able to provide supplies and fun activities to our students. 35 students were in attendance, and it was really great to be able to offer those resources to them. So like I said, we're looking to maybe make that like core one if we have the resources across all the areas. The next slide includes activities that took place in Hessel and St. Ignace. Again, I'll just leave this up for a minute. You have our in-school tutoring, community feast, children's Christmas parties in Hessel, several different activities. I'll just let you read those for a second, and we'll move on. Next is Manistee and Munising. Again, you see some of that core programming and then individual activities. And then Escanaba here is again, a list of our activities from July through September. There was a lot that probably couldn't fit on this slide for all of them, but just the most notable larger ones or routine programming they had going on. And the next several slides, forgive me, but I wanted to provide a lot of pictures because I just think it's good to show the fun that our students and our staff are having. Our students, I've been going more on site, and so has Ashley, and we hear nonstop how these kids, they just have so much fun. It's the safe space, and we are so lucky to have the staff we do. And so you'll see here how busy they stay, how much fun they're having, and we'll just kind of go through those for each one for a second. I couldn't pick a couple, so. All right. As I mentioned earlier, in December, we were notified, when I was talking about staffing, we were notified that we were selected as a recipient of the 2025 to 2026 MyLeap Out of School Time Grant. This happened really fast. It came on us quick. We've had a lot of work go into this the first part of 2026. Things are starting to settle now in terms of adjusting some programming, but we're really excited for this. We'll go into the details of this and the way we are spending the funding and what we're doing with it at the next semi-annual presentation. But the total award for this, as you see, is just over $700,000. This was approved by the board to apply for with Lake Superior Academy in partnership. Lake Superior Academy has a large, I believe over 50% of our tribal students as well. So we receive over $514,000 to support our YEA students, and that's dispersed as determined by MyLeap across all of our sites. And then LSA Academy receives a portion of that to support both their after-school and summer programming. So this out-of-school time grant will support ours and their schools' activities. In the next, like I mentioned, the next semi-annual report, we will go over more of the details of that as it happened mostly the last few months. The last set of highlights we are going to review is from our adult education program, which exists through our partnership with the Community Consolidated School Services. One of the most notable highlights is the progress that was made for offering online GED classes to our tribal members. This is important as we know not all students have the resources, the capabilities to attend classes in person, and we definitely don't want that to be a barrier for them to receive their GED. Currently, though, working with Community Consolidated School Services, there are some funding restrictions and logistics, and only being able to offer these in Chippewa, Luce, and Mackinac. I am aware of this, and I'm working potential other funding sources or ways that we can expand. The first short-term goal is to expand across the entire 7-county service area, and then to the state. And then hopefully, ideally, long-term, it would be great to have an online GED program that we could support to have for our at-large members as well. On this next slide is a flyer outlining the different locations where our GED classes are offered physically as well. So these include Brimley, Cedarville, Kinross, Newberry, here in the Sioux, and St. Ignace. And then by the next report, I'll have graduation numbers and data to report to you. And the last slide is just a slide with our contact information. You can visit our website and get this information. And that's all I have for you today.
Thanks, Steph. I think we have a few questions. If Kim, you want to go ahead?
Yes, quick question. Going over your numbers and events for the YEA activities. So total number of student service, 3755. What is this grant requirement going to meet, if you don't mind me asking again? What do we need to meet this grant?
Numbers? I'd have to pull the document. Each site had a certain number that they had to meet. I don't have it in front of me off the top of my head.
Well, my only concern is, what is our plan for transportation now that we're putting all these numbers to make sure that we've got a nice list of things that all of the groups have been working on, but how are we going to accommodate transportation for all of these youth
Yeah.
and meet those numbers.
Yeah, so a lot of the numbers too there in the 3,000, I don't have it in front of me, number, is a lot of our in-school tutoring as well. So not all of that is the activities, but we are aware, we've actually, Ashley's here, we've had, and I didn't report on it, and maybe I should have, but I only did the last part of last year. We've actually recently had we've had meetings with Elder, Casino, the Transportation Department, schools. We've gone directly into schools in ways that we can partner to have them provide. And in areas that schools can't, we're starting to meet with transit companies. So we've been very, very active in that and where we need to, so yeah.
Okay, awesome. I just, yeah,
Yeah.
I just don't want to see these kids stuck inside all summer because
No.
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, and so, yeah, and that's actually, when this grant first came out, and I knew it all came at us fast, transportation is one of the biggest things. And so that has been, Ashley has taken the lead on that, and I've assigned her, and she's working with Lisa, and they have been, in any avenue that you can, the casino shuttles, the elder vans, culture vans, so, but bigger than that, transit. Partnerships. You might see some partnerships coming forward in MOUs, so we are actively working on that. Ashley could talk more on specifics if you had it, but we are aware. Yep.
And one more quick question. So I know, and I don't know if it's with all the YEA programs, but a lot of the transportation for YEA kids in the summer is provided by YEA. What are we looking at for this summer?
Well, we still will be, Ashley, do you want to come up here? You can sit right there. We still will be providing, but I'm going to let Ashley expand a little bit because she's been more in the weeds on this.
So as of right now, all of the sites are doing parent drop-off and pickup. But our coordinators are aware and able to work with parents if they need extra transportation or extra help.
If they can't get there. We're not advertising it that way because a lot of parents can pick up and drop off, but we do have the vans where we are transporting ones that may not have a vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not leaving any of our kids behind because of that. So as long as there's a plan in place and that's going to work out, then I think that's great because I know, at least in our area directly, a lot of those kids, of course, rely on that support as well as the parents. So I just want to make sure that we're accommodating everybody.
Yeah, and what I will say is this is, a goal of this grant is to hopefully get it every year, right? We succeed. Once we see that success and we can support more transportation, we can't purchase vehicles out of this grant. But if we're plopping everything else into the grant that we can, maybe come back if we can with the budget here and say, hey, we need more vehicles. So that is in our plan because we're aware and we definitely don't want to leave our, students behind. And so we actually are going to see in upcoming, probably the next 1 or 2 board meetings, us coming through with some additional MOUs with Bark River, with Cedarville, Rudyard.
Rudyard, yep.
And some of that is transportation as well. So, for the summer.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
Lana?
Yeah, well, again, welcome Ashley. I've heard nothing but good things on you, so I'm happy you're there and I'm happy it's working out and you're getting your feet wet. It was nice seeing you at the powwow and out there, you and Lisa out there at the Red Yard powwow. I did see in here, and I can't really read this because my readers won't work that well, that we're getting additional coordinators in other areas, which I think is fantastic. We've talked about Newberry up there because we have big Newberry, Tequamanon area schools and an Engadine school up in that area. And, our 2 coordinators in the eastern end in Hessel, that it's just, it's the programming, the transportation, all of that is, it's massive with Unit 2. So has there been any talk of housing anybody up in the Newberry area? Because that's the constant that I know that Kara gets as far as me and Kim get too, is the after-school programming up there.
Yeah.
As you can see, like in Hessel here, they have a whole list of things that they do for Hessel and Pickford, and it's quite impressive. But, I mean, 2 bodies can't really do that in Newberry and Engadine as well. So what's your thoughts or what's your projections on that? Because we've talked about it a few different times.
Yeah, actually, her and I talk about this all the time. We actually, again, if we continue to get this grant, and if we don't get this grant, I'm eventually maybe just going to have to come here like I did with Marquette to get staff there to ask, because the goal is, if we get this grant again, to write staff. We've already decided we're going to write staff for Newberry into the next grant. So we do understand that right now it is hard because it's such a, what is it, what's the time, 45 minutes to, and so, yeah, that is our plan
45
right
minutes
now.
to what, oh, from
From
Hessel to Newberry?
to Newberry,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's actually a plan that we already have.
Yeah, it's way longer than that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I speed.
She speaks, my bad.
But when we've assessed, so now I've been here long enough and I see where the biggest needs were, it was Munising Marquette and Hessel, Newberry. So we've addressed the Marquette, now we need to address Newberry, so that's next on our list for staffing.
Okay, and then you spoke about data collection. How are we doing on our data collection for our own 7-county service area? I know we talked about the federal level and state level and the white papers that we're seeking. We were gonna, go more in depth for is it Title VI or Title VII now? Title VI in the schools? How are we doing on finding out who has those programs in each of the schools that we have in?
So actually, we already have a complete list. It's one of the things that's on our goals and visions when we talk here is now starting, we finished the list. When we worked with the Michigan Department of Education to identify every single program that has Title VI. And then I actually tasked her with completing the list of contact information for administration and Title VI staff that maybe we haven't got into yet. And our next step now is to start scheduling the meetings. We've made progress. I mean, when I come next week for the JKLFC meeting, but we have made such progress in schools. But we are starting to make improvements there. With her on board now, I'm able to get a lot more in schools where she has met with several superintendents that I have not attended in the last couple of months on those discussions. But we have made progress, so we are working towards that now and scheduling the routine meetings all the time with administration and with Title VI staff. And so Sioux Schools and I have already started talking, and we can trailblaze across the service area on developing those data sharing agreements and coming back to the board with those as well. So we're going to start, that's one of our goals, is to start developing those agreements with the school districts.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? I don't see any hands online.
Right.
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Stephanie.
you, guys.
Great job.
Yeah, thanks.
And up next, we have enrollment with Julie Salo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have as many pictures as Stephanie did by any means. So this first one is just our building. A lot of people don't know where we're at, and I do believe we're in line to get a sign out front, so hopefully that'll happen soon. The next slide is the services that we offer. So on top of our open enrollment that we have going on, there's a lot of things that we do besides that. As you can see, there's 18 things listed here. Card renewals is our #1 thing. We get more of those than anything else. But there's, we process blood quantum certifications, tuition waivers, statements of membership, eagle feather permits. There's just a lot more to enrollment than this open enrollment, so that is what is taking so long. And I would like to add on that, when we are doing open enrollment, I didn't do a slide on it, but I just want to let you know that it's not something that's just simple and easy to rush through. We're not looking to do that. We want things done properly, and we need these files complete. There are times when I could do a file that could take maybe 10 minutes, and there are files that could take days. It's not everybody has someone else enrolled that we could just look at their file, or they can't find their documents they need. So it's time consuming, and each case is different. So I just want everyone to be aware of that, and we are doing our best to get through these quickly. So the last half of 2025, we had asked the membership, if they didn't really need their blood quantum done for any particular reason, we did ask them if they could hold off on them. So we only did 11 in that last 6 months, but we did a lot of tuition waivers. There were 137 of them. And then you can just see the activities that went on for the last 6 months of that year. We had enrolled 609 new people, and 232 of them were elders. That is our focus. And then we did have a relinquishment and a disenrollment as well. The next slide is just some statistics that we have regarding the membership count. At the end of the year, last year, we were at 52,753. That number changes daily. This is only members that are alive. So when someone passes away, we do take them off the active list. But for that 52,753, there are 15,769 in our service area, and that is the 7 counties in the eastern UP, and I listed those and gave the number of members in each county. And then we included 4 more counties that are down in Lower Michigan, and the total for Michigan is at 34,487. And as you can see, that's well over half of our membership. They live in the state. In the Upper Peninsula, we have about 16,316. And then in Lower Michigan is just a little bit more at 18,171. And I gave the number of adults over 18 at almost 40,000, so they do grow. This number grows on a daily basis. And these are just as of December 31st of 2005. So in the last 6 months of last year, we did have some resolutions that the board passed. These were, some of them changed our code. We had Resolution 2025-154. That one changed our proof of ancestry, and what it did is it allowed for the consideration of eligibility for membership through a collateral descendant or ancestor. And our tribe is a direct lineal descendant tribe, but there are cases where if we can determine that the applicant's direct lineal ancestor should have been listed on a historic roll but was missed for a logical reason, these cases have to be heard by the committee. I can't just approve them, but we will look into that and see if they could still qualify for membership. We don't have very many of those, but they do pop up. Then also on July 1st was passed Resolution 2025-155. That one was for loss of membership. Now this one was important because our relinquishments from our tribe have been absolute for a very long time, which meant once you gave up your membership with us, you couldn't come back at all. It did not matter what circumstance. But now they've changed it to a 3-year waiting period. So if someone gives up their membership at this point in time, they can reapply after 3 years, which is, it's a good thing. We don't allow children under 18 to be relinquished, not at this time. The next resolution that went through was 2025-177. Oh, and 176. These were 2 that went hand in hand. These ones had to do with our enrollment committee that was affected. All they did was they changed the committee member number. We used to be able to have 12 committee members on our committee, and it's been changed to 7. We never could find enough people to be on the committee, so it's hard to get a quorum sometimes when you have 12 open seats. So they lowered it to 7 people. And then the appointment to the committee went from 2 years to 4 years, which is standard for all the committees across the tribe. The next one that was passed was on December 2nd. It was 2025-330. This one changed our membership code regarding our fees that we charge. So what was decided was, instead of having the enrollment fees set in the code, the resolution allows the enrollment department to change the fees administratively, which allows for more flexibility when changes are needed. And that is what we did. We did change our fees. We gave a 30-day notice out to the membership before they went into effect. And our new fees went into effect on January 5th of this year. 4 of the fees did change. The card renewals went from $5 to $10, and that's for 4 years. The blood quantum certifications went from $15 to $25. A copy of your file went from $5 to $10. And new applicants went from $25 to $50. We did not change the replacement of lost or stolen cards. That remained at $20. And the tuition waiver processing fee did not change. It stayed at $15. Back to open enrollment. As I stated earlier in a different slide, at the end of the year, we had 52,753 members enrolled. That is going to continue to grow at a pretty steady pace as we still get through the bulk of the new applications. Since the rolls opened on February 1st of 2024, we had received 5,475 adult applications, and we had denied a total of 216 of those so far. We continue to prioritize the enrollment of elders age 60 and over. I did hope to have those all done by the end of last year, but that did not happen. There was still about 300 that I didn't get through, but I'm working diligently on them right now and hope to be done by the end of this month. These were processed in the first quarter of 2026, along with 86 more elders that will turn, okay, so there's 86 more elders that will turn 60 in 2026. So it keeps adding to the total. There was 300 left over. Now there's 86 more on top of that. So there was almost 400 by the time we got to January. We will have these elders enrolled by the end of this year for their checks. The scanning project that we have, we have about 32,000 files scanned into our system, which is roughly half of them. This is very time consuming and needs to be done accurately. Each document that is scanned has to be indexed, and some files have 5 pieces of paper documents in them, and others have 30 or more. It just depends on how many ancestors are on the roll for that person or how far back they had to go. So it does vary quite a bit. All of our enrollment coordinators do have scanners at their desks, and each of them, they scan daily or have the capability to do so. One of our projects that we do every year at the end of the year, well, it's usually kicked off in September. It's our elder dividend project for the elder checks. It seems like we have to start it earlier and earlier every year because that number grows, and it's very time consuming when we start this project from beginning to finish. Last year, at the time in September, when we started it, there were 8,944 elders eligible for the payment at that time. We mailed out only 8,670 forms at the end of September because there were some people that did not have a current address. And if you don't keep your address current with us, you will not receive your mail for anything. So, and then as the time went on, we were still enrolling elders. So by the time the checks were ready to go out, there was 9,045 elders eligible for it. And some of them had passed away, so you'll see the number isn't huge, but it did grow. Those that passed away would not receive a check. And we do a second mailing for those that don't return their form by November 1st usually. This past year, we had about 549 that we had to mail another form to. So the checks were scheduled to be cut and mailed on January 15th, which they were, and they were $340, tax-free. As far as our budget went last year, we ended up underspent for the year. We took in over $48,000 in revenue, which was quite a bit more than we had projected. It's really hard to predict what kind of revenue we're going to bring in because we don't know how many people are going to apply or what services they need that year. So I'm usually off a little bit when I do my projection on that. But we were underspent in travel and salary and wages, so our budget at the end of the year was well underspent. Our upcoming projects, we are still working on enhanced tribal cards. Right now, it's been a long process. I think it's in the hand of the legal department at this moment. We have been given the scope of work. We're just not sure. We need to get a meeting together with the team and see if we need to see the breakdown of the fees and such and see if we still think it's worth pursuing. So there'll be updates on that. And then I just talked about the elder check going out. We are working on we're working with IT to develop an online portal for the elders so they can apply for their check each year by logging online and doing it that way, not getting a form mailed to them. We know that not everyone will be able to do this, so we're still going to be mailing some forms out, but we're going to there's going to be an ad in the newspaper, the next newspaper, and it's going to address this, and we will continue to put ads in the newspaper to update everyone where we're at with this. We're hoping that this is successful because it will cut down on the cost of the project and also the time that it takes us to do it. So we're really excited to see this get launched. And that's all I have for you.
Any questions for Julie?
Also, we're going to look at direct deposits, but that's in the future.
That's down the road, yeah. That's a dream.
Yeah, that's after we can get the elders to do the forms online.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of work to do a direct deposit, and but if we could get this portal going, we're hoping for some good results.
Yeah. Thank you.
Lana?
So now that we have the big wave of the, I might have missed it, I had to step out for a phone call. Wave of all the new applicants, how many are trickling in a week, would you say?
About 10.
Okay, so they're still trickling in
Yep.
or whatever, yep. Okay, thanks, Julie.
Yep.
That looks like all the questions. Thanks, Julie. Excellent job. Up next, we have Maria with the Housing Authority.
Hi, I'm Maria Mongine. I'm the Housing Director, and I'm presenting for Sioux Tribe Housing Authority. We're a tribally designated housing entity, and all that means is that the tribe has designated Sioux Tribe Housing Authority to receive grants and then do all the affordable housing activities with those grants. Currently, we manage 573 units. We're increasing that number by 6 units very soon, as we will be occupying 4 units in Newberry and 2 more in Hessel. And then we anticipate to have 24 units again by early next year. That's with our apartment building and a quad at Odinung. So we processed 281 low rent applications, and we were able to do 27 move-ins. So we don't have enough housing for all the needs out there. So we're working on it to find alternative housing opportunities and other things that we can offer to tribal membership. We did about 710 home visits. So it seems like a lot, but that's, addressing everything from compliance issues, non-payment of rent and utilities, reminder of events. We're checking on elders and things like that when we're doing those home visits. Housing staff participates in Dress Down, and this year we were able to assist 20 of our families in the rental units and 1 in homeownership. We were able to give them a $100 gift card towards their Christmas, and the tenants were very thankful for the help. Okay, and so our next is some stats on our maintenance activities and the work orders we complete. And the work orders range from everything from appliance repair, furnace and boiler issues, plumbing issues, moisture inspections, public works. And so when you manage all those units, you have plenty of maintenance work to complete each week. So those add up fairly quickly. And you can see that we have several work orders during that period. Next is our highlights. So we remodeled the 2163 Megissa. That was the old Endayon group home, the Don Evo building. It is now the Don Evo Housing Office. We'll be opening to the public very soon, probably within the next couple weeks. And we'll have a Sault Ste. Marie satellite office open where members can come in and pay rent during specific times. They'll be able to pick up applications and things like that. So we're trying to be available more in this area because this is our largest housing site. So we had to bring that building up to code, change the HVAC system, remove the stairs, the old stairs in there, and move them to the back of it to bring them up to code. So at some point, we'd probably like to open the office so that people can actually, if they've seen the old group home, they'll be amazed at what it looks like now. We have one last project, and that's just decided, and then it's all set. These are some of the things that resident services staff does on an annual basis, and they complete annual health and safety fairs. This particular period, they completed it in Manistee, Sault Ste. Marie, Newberry, Hessel, St. Ignace, and Kincheloe. They had approximately 189 participants. They coordinate this with other community organizations, and then they provide safety tips and different things like that to the kids in the housing sites. This year they had a guest speaker who was from Tribal First. His name was Chuck Stewart. He came in and provided some prizes and a bunch of knowledge for the kids. And then we also do annual back-to-school events on our housing sites, and we supply the children with backpacks and school supplies and whatever we can help with. And because it's so expensive to get school supplies anymore, there's not enough events out there always, so we like to do this for our housing sites too. So here's some pictures of the construction of the duplex in Hessel, and it's actually complete, and we'll be looking at selection here in the next few weeks. We have some staff on travel and out of the office, so we're going to look to do that near the end of May. Hopefully get them moved in by June 1st. And then this one is the Newberry duplex. You can see it right on, as you're going down M28, it's right there. This is also complete, and I will be looking to do selection in the next couple weeks as well. And we have the keys for all the units. This is the Unit 5 ARPA project. These are the tiny homes. We placed 6 houses in Wetmore, and all were occupied in January of 2026. I'd like to mention the cost of this project was a little higher than expected, but there was reasons for that. For one, we had no infrastructure. We had to run utilities, water, sewer, electric. We had to place propane tanks, stuff like that, so that we could place these units. Also, the time constraints of the funding, we had to take what we got, as far as bids. We didn't have time to rebid. And then also we're coming out of the pandemic, so everything in construction was extremely high. So that's one of the reasons that this project was a little bit higher than normal. And then this is our full staff meeting, and we hosted it in November. Usually it's a time for all of us to come together as a team, because we have field workers out in the construction sites, different offices. Well, we bring the whole housing staff together once a year. We do training, usually a cultural activity, cultural training. This year we did honor our director that passed away in 2025. And some of her family members attended, so it was really nice to get together and kind of give the staff a little bit of closure with that. So our future builds, I did mention that we are constructing a 20-unit, or maybe I didn't yet, but I thought I did. Anyways, we're constructing a 20-unit apartment building. We received a $6 million competitive grant, and then the tribe allowed $2 million of the ARPA funds to this project. We'll break ground here in June this year, and we will hopefully have it occupied by early next year, so next spring sometime. It's probably going to be about a 10-month build or so. We are also doing 4 elder units at Odinong. Right now we have bids for modular type units. We're trying to work through that to see if we can do a combination of stick build and manufactured housing, so that we can get more units, as many units as possible while still keeping our staff employed, and then speed up the process somewhat too. So we're working through things like that. These are our current grants that we have available to us. We have a Tribal Nations Housing Development Assistance Program. We were awarded $75,000. That's a pre-development grant for our supportive housing project. We also have a HUD, Housing and Urban Development, Section 184 Capacity Building Grant at $50,000. That too is a pre-development grant for our supportive housing. We were awarded the Indian Community Development Block Grant to replace all our furnaces and boilers in all the units. We received $2 million of ICDBG funds plus the Indian Housing Block Grant match of $500,000, so $2.5 million for that project. And then our Indian Housing Block Grant competitive, the apartment building was actually funded $6 million through the Indian Housing Block Grant itself, and then the ARPA funding at $2 million. And when you have several grants, you have lots of reporting. So we have SF 425s, the federal financial reports that are required of all these grants. Those are annual for every grant, but then we also have quarterly grants for each of those grants that I discussed. And then there's some The ones that are state grants or anything like that are financial status reports, and those are also quarterly. And then our Indian Housing Block Grant requires that we do a APR, annual performance report, and that's required by HUD. So our 2026 activities, and we have a lot going on this year as well. We just submitted a low-income housing tax credit, and we are hoping to be awarded to provide 36 units of permanent supportive housing, and that will be located at the Odinung Housing Site. We see that as the next step from the homeless shelter. When people enter, some people enter the homeless shelter, they have a lot of housing barriers, and so we're looking to create a low barrier housing first model up at the permanent supportive housing unit, which we can move people out of the homeless shelter and hopefully open that up for others. We are submitting an affordable housing challenge grant. I had just had that approved by the board last night. That's a $2 million grant, and that will be put towards the gap funding of the permanent supportive housing project. That project is estimated at about 17 million plus to complete. So we are looking, we won't get, it won't be completely funded through tax credits, so we're gonna continue to apply for all kinds of other things and grants that are available to us out there. And then we're gonna submit, or we have submitted, an application for the Indian Housing Block Grant Competitive for construction of 26 units on the Savard property in St. Ignace. With that, we're going to complete and hopefully be ready to build down there the infrastructure at the Savard property in St. Ignace so that we have more buildable land in the area, and not only just us, but maybe other opportunities, maybe through the EDC would be available with that land becoming buildable. We're going to complete a utility authority upgrade project in Hessel, Manistee, and Wetmore. Those sites, we run our own utility authority, which provides water and sewer services to the residents of those sites because we're not close to city connections at those sites. So we were able to upgrade all the septics, drain fields, curb stops, hydrants, utility meters, billings, all those kind of things with this project. That was funded through ARPA and an interagency agreement with the tribe. We're going to break ground on the 20-unit apartment building for single people at Odinung, which I just discussed not too long ago, and the 4 units of elderly housing at Odinung as well. We have land development going on in Manistee, Wetmore, and Escanaba, and this is so we can provide land to build on, and we can apply for future grant opportunities and start maybe looking at some construction and getting more units in those areas as well. And then we'll just continue to search for additional resources, grants, and alternatives to providing affordable housing opportunities throughout this next year. We're going to really look to do some project-based vouchers, maybe with the EDC, so I can, we'll have, so if they develop a low-income housing tax credit, I will voucher, the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority will voucher 6 of those units. I may do that at Dimwating and Kinchelo, so we have 6 more housing opportunities available to tribal members there. Gwen, I mean, we can do that really. And it's a lot more cost efficient to provide vouchers in some cases than it is to construct a unit that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that. So those are the kind of things that we're looking at this year. I think that's all I had.
All right. Do we have any questions for Maria? I believe Kim has some.
With this utility authority upgrade, that is one thing I know, at least in Hessel, that is I'm sure you get it too, is that those water bills have really went up throughout, and that's from, is there 18 units out there? I think I've heard it from half a dozen people. Will this help that at all, or will it make it worse? What's this going to do?
So, a couple things with that. So when we established the utility authority, we actually had St. Ignace Housing Site on it and Odinung, when we developed Odinung. So as we lost those sites, we lost those incomes. So we had to increase somewhat. We have been taking substantial losses to our general fund and utility authority. But this year I wrote it in the Indian Housing Plan to be able to subsidize it. There may be small increases down the road, but they should be very small. I will say that we've done surveys of other water and sewer costs in other areas, and the utility authority is very reasonable, considering if you have a City of Sault Ste. Marie water bill, for instance, you know that you're paying, I'll tell you that you're paying much more than our utility authority customers are.
Okay, thank you.
Lana?
Well, I'm glad she asked that, because now I can say the nice stuff from both of us, too, because we had an opportunity to go look at the Newberry quadplex, and
Maria, she broke in.
yeah, we knew where the key was. It's beautiful. You guys did, we can't thank you enough for getting that done, and, I know that it got done timely, it got done in the budget, everything was just seamless, so your housing staff did an amazing job for both Hessel and our Newberry elders. The one thing I just want to keep on your radar, and I know I've been saying it for quite some time now, and I know that we talk about, the 36 unit, which is fabulous, and the 20 unit that we want to build up and collect for and, get grants or whatever for, in funding, which is fabulous, that needs it. We do have Hillcrest down there, and that is ready to put houses on, and we've had it for quite some time now. There's 2 on there now. One just got finished, and they're putting another one in there, the third. But, for us as a tribe to have a 16 slot, available with infrastructure, water and sewer ready to move in, I just hope that you guys keep that on your radar.
Yes.
Because that's ready to go. So anywhere that you guys can fit that plan into your vision, I just don't want to, every time I get the opportunity to say it, I think we want to say it, that, and they're filled up. I mean, there's waiting lists for them as far as the other houses too, so people are calling us constantly, and that's fair market too. So even if we did some of them fair market and some of them low income, that'd be, maybe something like that. So we want to give kudos about what you guys did for our area, for the elders, for those housing units, because they're amazing. So thank you.
We're really fortunate that we have a force account construction crew, which just means that we have an in-house construction crew. We have some wonderful, very seasoned carpenters and laborers, and they just do a great job all the time. Their work is just quality. They're out there replacing windows and doors right now in Kinchelo, which I forgot to mention, just thinking about it. So we're doing some modernization on our current units. Our units under management, actually, so.
I just want to say thank you for the report and everything, and I know people are really excited about the singles apartments, because that's been talked about for 40 years, so, and it's finally happening.
Well, it doesn't look like we have any other hands up online, so thank you, Maria. Excellent job. Thank you. And that concludes our presentations for today.
The recording has stopped.
Thanks, Jess. Thank you.